Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you made it to another EVE Online story. I pressed the wrong button. Stream. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you. Amazing. I pressed the wrong button. Hey, hey, yes. Well, we'll be right back. The stream just started. We'll be right back. Nah, it's fine, chat. It's all part of the plan. Welcome to another stream. Welcome back. Boy, oh boy. Some stuff is going on. We have a lot of things happening in the community. It's gonna be a really awesome day today. A quick announcement. All good things. Thank you for your patience this morning. Some more NDA stuff coming up in the morning. Some more NDA stuff tonight. Today's stream might be a bit of a shorter one. We're gonna do a couple things. We have a CSM interview we're gonna try to get to today. Sorry, not a CSM interview. We're gonna try to do a Eve's Most Dangerous interview today. And we do have a couple things we'd like to talk about. But to be direct, we have, let's put it this way. Next week, I'm gonna be taking off stream. All good things. Next week, there will be no live streams. It will be only videos that are recorded coming out. This is a good thing. This is something that I've needed for some time, ever since basically a month and a half ago. I need a break. I need a little break. And there's no problems. I just feel very like, what did the prophet Bilbo Baggins say? Butter spread over too much bread. It's necessary. So next week, I'm going to take off stream. It's over. Yes, it's over. So next week, let's take off. I'm taking off next week because the week after is the expansion. The week after that is more expansion stuff. Winter Nexus. December's going to be like a lot. Okay, we've got our tournament coming up. I'm going to talk more about that when we get back. We have a lot coming up. Official announcement did go out that we are casting another tournament this holiday season. We'll be live on stream, another EVE Online PvP tournament. It's going to be great. Working with the devs. We are also on the Thunderdome. I believe, last time I heard it, we are on the Thunderdome. So it's just something we need. It's something we need. And if you are new to the channel, something that we like to talk about is what this channel stands for. Let's open up my Discord and show you at the top of our welcome and info section. We got a couple core values. The first is generosity, which you will see today, don't you worry. The second is wellness. Breaks are important. Rest is important. There's a reason why God said, and on the seventh day, he rested. It's something he's coded into the universe, I think. And the third is community. So Crimson Harvest was great this year. I don't know if y'all noticed, and this is a perfect segue. We put out a crap ton of videos for the Crimson Harvest this year, more than we did the previous 2 years combined. Crimson Harvest was great. A lot of work went into this, and even though Crimson Harvest is just about to finish, these videos are still live. These videos are going to work next year. They're going to work for the following year, and we'll update them as needed. It was pretty great, Crimson Harvest this year, and if you want to bookmark this Crimson Harvest playlist, you will be able to take all these fits and keep it going. We've got new bro fits if you're brand new to the game. Alphas, if you're an alpha, the best alpha fits we tested live. And we've got some other like hidden gems. Like, hey, if you're an Omega and you want to really push stuff, that's for as little money as possible. That's this video. T3 Destroyer, all about T3 Destroyers. And then finally, what I consider to be the best Crimson Harvest fits. 5 different fits for you. We even squeezed in a cheeky Legion video this year, having a good time. So did I get a Moloch BBC it? No, I don't think I will either. Because yesterday they were going for 500 billion ISK. It's just a lot, and I don't think I'll get one, and that's fine. I don't need one. You know, there's one to buy for 15 billion. Yeah, all of these are one to buys. These are people hoping that you will. And look at this scammer. One to buy Moloch BBC 5 billion for 5 million. Really? You know, come on. People aren't. No way. This dude begs in Jeddah every day. I wonder if he actually makes money from that. I wonder if he actually, this dude is literally in Jeddah every day saying, hey, can I get 100 million? I need it for a skill book. I wonder if he actually gets money from that, if people are dumb enough to fall for that. So who knows? Very interesting. Very interesting. A lot of stuff going on with the Crimson Harvest. So next week, I'm going to take off stream. There will be videos coming out, but I'm going to take off. I need the break. I need the break. So next week, enjoy some time off. Enjoy other content creators. And listen to me. Next week we'll take off, but the week after, you better buckle up, chat. You better get ready because we've got the Odysseus, the Pioneer. We're going to break those ships. We're going to do it live on stream. The Catalyst expansion represents one of the biggest shifts in EVE Online because of the Pioneer. So it's going to be good. Does that mean you're giving away 20 roar crawls today? Only 21. Only 21 of them. That's right. That's right. So it's going to be a good time. Chat, what a great day today. At the start of things, definitely go check out our Crimson Harvest playlist. We just talked about that. A couple announcements before we get started. There is a podcast section of the YouTube now. Brand new tab on YouTube, podcast. I still have a residual cough. It is getting better every day. Thank you for your prayers. Okay, so podcast section is where all of our CSM interviews are. So if you're, we have a couple others that were coming out, and I'm still on docket for putting them out. Just had a lot of stuff going on this week, chat, and thank you for your patience there. So even more CSM interviews coming out. Go check. This is not something. Let me put it to you this way. Those of you that ignore this, that say, oh, it's not for me. In a couple years' time, you might look at EVE and say, why don't I recognize the stuff that's happening? EVE Online has shown that they're going to listen to their people, listen to their players, and you can vote for the appropriate CSM by learning about what they stand for in the Loru Radio podcast section of our YouTube. Okay, so yeah, hopefully y'all don't be buying out the ventures. You know, hopefully not. So also, in addition to the podcast section, a brand new section on YouTube, courses. Now we all know that the playlist tab is just a nightmare. There's a lot going on. I don't know what to do. It's just a lot of stuff happening. The courses tab is our best and brightest. Our distilled knowledge. The new player experience made easy. Just added one to this yesterday. Okay, so y'all can have a good time with that. The Max Player Masterclass. This is all of this is free always, all the freaking time, right? So, and this will help you as a new player to understand how to play the game better. This will help you as a new player to get established faster. And it's something you can have on the second monitor while you mine in your venture and soon to be your Pioneer. Okay, gonna be awesome. The Max Player Masterclass is for people that are established have many tens of millions of skill points, but don't really know how to make ISK. Don't really get the systems, how they can make ISK. That's this playlist right here for you. So we have a lot of other stuff, by the way, but the courses tab is a new section on YouTube that you can immediately snap to get our best and brightest. And here's the fun part that people, I'm always trying to think like, what is YouTube doing with this? YouTube has this thing now where on the actual course itself, pretty interesting, you can comment on the playlist. This is a new feature. Very interesting. So if there's something you would like to see, if there's something you want us to do, definitely you could check this out. You can download this locally. If you're going on a plane, you can listen to this while you're, up in the air and get your value from 30,000 feet. So definitely check these out and have a good time with it. I have to use a different face sometimes. Crazy. Good stuff. So got to buy an Expedition for, I guess it said, maybe if that's what y'all want to do, but I would not recommend it. So check out our new courses tab on YouTube. Good to have you. Dragon CCA is tier 3. Out of your mind. Dragon CCA, a T3 Twitch sub. Show them the emoji you get, Dragon. Show them the emoji you get. You get a special emoji for being a T3 sub, my friend. Well freaking done. Amazing stuff. It's good to have you, Dragon. 07 to you, my friend. Yes, sir. So good to have you. Yes. In the field today, so sending you a contract on the first hype train. I won't be close to a computer. You're doing fine, to Blackheart. You're doing fine. No, our community's so freaking generous. They're like, there you go. You got the Loru W. That's right, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Do you know of anyone who actually got a Moloch PPC? Nope. Nobody in my corp. Not that I know of anyway. Nobody knows. Loru can be your alarm in the morning if you set your notifications on. Sure. That's how that goes. So there's the courses section. Excellent. Chat, very exciting stuff. Next week, I'm going to be speaking in Orlando at Reach Conference. We passed 300 tickets yesterday. And if you use my code Loru, you'll get $5 off your ticket. So instead of subbing, if you're an aspiring content creator, consider coming out to Reach Conference. If you're close to Orlando, just show up. Obviously buy a ticket first, you know what I'm saying? My goal is to train up the next generation of content creators to be better than me. I finished my slide deck for my presentation. Your boy is talking on the main stage. I'm on the main stage, Jim. I'm going to be breaking down my entire content funnel that will be able to be used for both full-time content creators and brand new content creators. It's not just about content though. If you want to get into voice acting, one of the speakers does that. If you want to get into acting, producing, writing, you really kind of need to be able to have your foot in everything these days, all adjacent stuff to be able to do stuff. So you'll be able to hear from one of the speakers there. The global gaming biz dev for TikTok is going to be talking. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Very, very cool. So there is a faith element to this event, but you don't have to be a Christian like I am to be able to do this. So there will be a worship leader there. There is also a creator of Barely Biblical. This is another faith-based organization. If you want to get into music, Sil Noise, I don't know this person. I guess I got to go check him out. Will help you to get into music production and help you to understand how you can do those things. Oh. Laugh so hard I cough, chat. This is pretty sick. Your boy's going to be on the main stage. Very exciting stuff. And the director of strategy for the Lord's Chicken, Chick-fil-A, is going to be there talking about how you could do. This is like some really big value. This is new as of 2 weeks ago. And another creative director for Colossal Studios. I don't know what this is. That's fine. We'll have to look them up. We'll have to see what they're doing. Reach Conference, going to be a great time. My goal is to aspire the next generation of content creators to be better than me. Can you pause? See, we have a hype train. We will be doing the hype train in just a sec. Chat, when I say this every day, when I started, I did not have a map. I did not have a mentor. I did not have really anybody helping me. I just had to claw in the dirt. And literal blood, sweat, and tears. Late nights. I'm still doing those late nights, you know. And nobody helped me. Nobody, not really anyway. What I'm going to do is right the wrongs that have been done to me professionally. And I'm going to help you all have that map. have that blueprint, have the tips and tricks you need to be successful in this content creation game of ours. And you can get that value at Reach. Check it out. Enjoy it. If you're close to Orlando, buy a ticket, use code Loru to tell them I sent you, and show up. We'll have a nice time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time once again for another Hypotrain-o-des. Hypotrain time. Let's do it. Everybody, Hype Train over on twitch.tv, and we found a way to include the YouTube frogs in this as well. Let me set up this Hype Train, and we will continue with this in just a moment. So pray for your boy, chat. I'm not sick. I just have a residual cough. That's how it is. How our Hype Trains work. For every single level of Hype Train, we have the Blackheart already showing up, just slapping Plex down onto the table, aspirationally hitting it with the goodies. Every single Hype Train we do, ladies and gentlemen, the levels on Twitch will correspond to how this goes. Here, I kind of was playing with my production and how this should be. I think we should do something like this. So for every level of Hype Train, okay, we're going to be giving away 100 million ISK. That's right, 100 MISK. For every level of Hype Train, we'll give away 100 million ISK. At level 4, which is what we are at so far, Z's, it looks like it's time for 400 million ISK. Very exciting stuff. Let me, is it this one? No, that's my Discord, this one. Yeah. I don't know why every time this loads, I have to like redo it, but it's fine. You know, the magic of television, chat. The magic of, is that my YouTube? It went to YouTube. Chat, I tell you. Sometimes I just, oh, yeah. All right, now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking. At a level 4 Hype Train, chat, that means we're going to be giving away 400 million ISK. Let's add that to the pile. Let's put this right here. I wanted to kind of try this production out so I don't have to keep drawing stuff on stream. 400 million ISK. Okay, so there it is. Chat, I have to do MISK. I have to do MISK. We have to do it. I can't not do 400 MISK. It has to be. It has to be. Showing up. Everybody coming out. That's Archeon coming and gifting 5 subs to the community. Well done to Blackheart and Dr. Quadruple. Biddies. Each 100 biddies. Well done. Excellent job to Blackheart. Gifting 5 subs to the community. Excellent job. War Machine Lord. Also Twitch primed. Out of your mind. You started the Hype Train, War Machine Lord. Thank you for that. And YouTube people, guess what? You also get in on the action. We have a goal now over on YouTube. If we hit 5 super chats on YouTube, let's do it in the next 30 minutes. We will do more bisque. We will do more bisque. If we hit 5 super chats over on YouTube in 30 minutes, then we will do even more bisque for the people. Okay, so check out, even YouTubers can now participate. But what I recommend is that you understand, if you're new, that this is something to sit back and relax and enjoy. If you're brand new, literally do nothing. Do 0 things. Check for Twitch Primes, baby, because they're free. But if you're new, I don't want you to do anything. This is free to enter in. I don't need your money, champ. I want you to sit back and relax and enjoy. Ayrton has decided to absolutely give even more. Let's do, geez Louise, Ayrton, thank you for that. Plus another 500 MISK from community. Big deal. Big deal, chat. Another 500. This way I can type it in, stop drawing it, you know? So I keep meaning to ask this. I keep forgetting what tool to use for drawing on screen. It's called Epic Pen. It's just called Epic Pen. It's free to use. It's easy. It's just good production, you know? So excellent job, everybody. Let's get a good old-fashioned Hype Train at the start of our stream today. Nice. Another level 6. Another level 6 coming in. Was that just one Twitch Prime? How did that go from that? Coming in, Whackets coming in, Twitch Prime. Out of your mind. Thank you for that. An Angry Potato Gamer gifting 5 subs to the community. Excellent job, everybody. Welcome in. What is a Hype Train? It is something on Twitch that the more subscriptions, the more Twitch Primes, the more bits, the more goodies the community gives, the more I give back. I take a percentage of the hype train winnings, and we give them back to the people. We give them back to you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's do this. Let me get out my old calculator here. And what are we going to give you if we hit level 10? If we hit level 10, what am I going to give each and every one of you? Let's see, chat. Let's see. We gave away a Zern yesterday and 1 year of Omega. That was a pretty big day, chat, yesterday. A Zern and 1 year of Omega. Pretty sick. What did we get? How many do I have? Let me look at my capital ships here. We gave away some nags the other day. We have a couple of those. How many Moros do we have? We have a couple Moros. We could give those. Let's give a Moros away, chat. And tell you what, I'm going to give a fit Moros. That's what we're going to do. We're going to give a nice potato away, ladies and gentlemen. So if we hit level 10, we will be giving away a Moros, a fit Moros. Okay, very exciting stuff. A fit capital ship for y'all if we hit level 10. The more we support, the more y'all support, the more we give back. That is the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen. A fully fit Moros. Large Dread coming in. Let's do it. We gave away billions and billions of a fitted Moros, correct? I have a fit Moros that someone gave it to me a while ago fit, and I don't need it. So I'm going to give it away to one of you. That's what we're going to do, champ. Let's do it. Thank you for all the videos. Help out new bros like me. I'm happy to do it, Wagon. Happy to do it. Here's how we like to do this, chat. The hype train is an event on a live stream that the more gifted subs, Twitch primes, bits, tier 1 subs, whatever, tier 2, tier 3 is whatever y'all want to do. The more y'all support, the more we give back. I don't have to do any of this. I could just say, hey, thanks for the money. But you know, that doesn't sit right with me. I want to give back to the people. So what I've done is I've decided to give a percentage of the hype train winnings to the people. I take my dollars, I buy Plex on the Marquee store using code Loru, and then I turn that Plex into ISK and buy this stuff to give to all of you. We give Generational Eve wealth and have a good time. So the stream is always lagging a little bit, just a wee bit there. Mouse Ma coming in, giving a sub to the community. Well done, it all matters. Every bit counts. Thank you, Mouse Ma. It's good to see a Paw Master.
Twitch, tier 1. Out of your mind. Thank you for that, my friend. It's good to have you.
And chat, because of your generosity, I am pleased to say that we are averaging over 80 and depending on the week, 100 billion-esque given away every single week. We're giving Omega, capital ships, Plex, skins. We're giving up just a lot of stuff. Richard Darkstar coming in tier 1.
Out of your mind. 10 months, brother. Good to have you. 07 to you, Richard Darkstar. Thank you for that.
10 months coming in. Amazing stuff. Richard, you get the 07s from me. Very interesting. Very interesting. It's reasons like this that you deserve all the great things coming your way. Thank you, Captain Cork. I believe in generosity. I believe in it as a principle of the universe. That is... Oh. At first, I thought this was a meme. An interbus shuttle is actually a very large giveaway. I do believe. Is this how many men? I know there's a lot on screen chat. How expensive is this? This is a 5 billion-isk shuttle. Ireton. Whoa. That's a lot of ISK, chat. This giveaway just went from some money to now there's a 5 billion ISK item on the docket. Which one of you would like 5 billion ISK? Oh, there's 12 seconds. Chat, 4 subs. 10, 9. I didn't even notice the shuttle. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, and there it is, level
6 hype train. Good support, ladies and gentlemen. Good support. The start of this stream. Level 6 hype train. I accept, ladies and gentlemen. All good. Excellent stuff coming in. We did not get to level 10, but that is okay. That's fine. What can we give to the people? Well, we're going to, since we hit level 6, excuse me, we have 600 million ISK to give away. At the start of stream, the hype trains are typically a little bit smaller, you know, because there's less people here. Is there a black person here? came to check. Here's what we're going to do, chat. We're going to give 600 million to the people. We have 500 plex to give. We have another 500 million. So this is actually up to 1.1 billion ISK. This is now we have bisks to give to the people. And yes, an interbus shuttle from Ireton. Excellent job at the start of this stream, chat. That hype train sizes don't matter to me, y'all. I'm just stoked that we have such a community willing to be so generous so much. So chat, can we get some 07s for the gifters, the primers, the bitty enjoyers, and yes, the in-game item gifters. Thank you for this community's generosity at the start of this stream, giving back to the people. 07 to all of you. Let's get this giveaway underway. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start off strong and keep this going. 07 to the people, chat. Let's do this. In order to enter into this giveaway, you must first be following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Then you have to be in my Discord. Do those two things and you'll be eligible to enter in. Do those two things and you'll be eligible to enter in. Come on down. We want to be able to give generational Eve wealth away. 3 winners, chat. 3 winners will be crowned. One is going to be getting 1.1 billion liquid ISK. The other will be getting 500 plex. The other will be getting an interbus shuttle valued at 5 billion ISK. This is straight large. And if it sounds, you know,
Loru, if that shuttle is 5 billion, should I just sell it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, you should. It's a shuttle. Who cares? Just get rid of it. Ooh, we have a wallet check going on right now. The people are showing up to drop more things. Another Ming KKK coming in with another 300 million ISK, putting this up to 1.4 billion ISK. Ming, thank you. Thanks for that. Excellent job. They can keep it. They can sell it. They can do whatever the heck they want with it because, you know, it's going to be theirs. Exactly. So Ming, thank you. 07 to you. 1.4 billion ISK showing up. 1.4 billion ISK showing up. Very awesome. Very excellent. Very cool stuff coming in. So let's keep this going, chat. Let's keep this giveaways happening. Keep on giving away the generational Eve wealth. Another contract has been assigned to me from Nalds. What do we have here? A blinged Astero, bro. Nice. This is like a ghost site Astero. Nice. Bling Astero. That's going to be some good stuff. Thank you for that. Let's keep us going. Let's update my bot. 4 winners. 4 winners we'll be having here. Nobody will tell me to drive that shuttle on Amazon. Yeah, exactly. Exactly correct. All right, y'all. Last call. Follow me on Twitch or sub on YouTube. Always the free stuff. Then be in my Discord. Do those 2 things and you'll be eligible to enter in. So hold it. Had a bunch of geckos and geo implants on an alt I didn't know about. Randomly found. Best 10 bill I ever found. I mean, you can if you want to. It's yours to do what you will. So chat, here we go. Here we go. We've got 4 winners. Hype train giveaways. The word you have to type is good morning chat 07. This is, let's just do good morning chat because I don't want people to miss an 07. Type GM chat 1 time. Case sensitive into my Discord. Type GM chat 1 time. Case sensitive into my Discord. If you spam, you'll be DQ'd. We had 2 people yesterday. 2 people yesterday lost out on billions of ISK because they spammed in chat. They typed it a lot and they lost out on billions of ISK because they did not follow basic instructions. You know, crazy. So that's right. Some dude had a not safe for work PFP, got blocked, left the chat. That's it. So, you know, one of them was 100% null. Yes. Yes, you are correct about that. And look, we have to, chat, people are going to do what they can to try to rig stuff. I don't really care. I'm just going to keep doing my best to provide to the community, you know? So this is to help my throat feel better, chat. Okay. It's like, it's a spray, immune support from Burt's Bees. It's to help us fast talkers to continue with bigger, better things for our good stuff. So I think I'm noticing that my ceiling here is a little bit lower than normal. I got to mess with my camera. So, you know, one dude had a rude name. He did. Yes, he really did. Yes. That was pretty funny. So here we go, chat. Let's get this done because we have a lot to do today. Going once. Going twice. When I type sold, this giveaway will be completed. 4 winners. Lots to have. Lots of things to get done today. Let's keep this train a-going. Let me just quickly here. Yes, please. Yes, yeah. Here we got about. We'll do sound check. Talking to my interview today, chat. Perf. Okay. 5, 4. Hair light is broken. Gotta fix the hair light, chat. One of the reasons I'm taking a break next week is because my tech is breaking. I have to do some checks. I have to mess with some stuff before the expansion. 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. This giveaway. Show me your best pop and emos, chat.
Here we go. It's sold. That's that. I love that one so much, chat. It's so funny. I love it. I bought 50 crates and just got up to Bial Goran BBCs. Not even another cat BBC. That's good data, Archeon. So that's good data. You bought 50 and didn't get anything above the battleship. And next week, if you missed the start of today's stream, I love that emote so much. If you missed the start of today's stream, next week we are going to be taking off. No streams. There will be YouTube content coming out, but there will be no streams. This is because I need a bit of a break. Crimson Harvest was a big push. A lot of content came out during the Crimson Harvest. We really pushed. And the week after is the expansion. So buckle up, because we're going to break the Odysseus. We're going to break the Pioneer. I need a bit of a break. So I'm going to take that break. I'm going to practice what I preach and get some wellness coming in. So I love Pop Nemo. I love it so much. So I missed the giveaway and the Winter Nexus. Yeah, we got a lot for the end of the year. Not sold my crate yet, maybe. I just open it and pray for a Titan BBC. And it's, 100% of gamblers lose once they stop. The reality is, Anids, if a couple billion ISK is a lot to you, you should just sell the crate. You should just sell it. Because the chances of you getting a Moloch, you basically, if someone gets the Dagon or the Moloch, they should go out and go buy a lottery ticket, because it's going to be, I just put the spray in my throat. It should be very similar chances. So, okay. Let's see who wins. 4 winners. 4 winners. 1.4 billion ISK. 1.4 billion ISK is going to go to, let's see it. Okay. 500 Plex. We've got Hype Train winnings to give away. Excellent. Excellent. A Interbus shuttle. Large giveaway. 5 billion ISK. Thank you again to Archeon for that. Or to Ireton. Ireton gave that one. Yeah. Ireton gave that one. Excellent. And a blinged Astero. Nice little at the very end, like a fully fit blinged Astero. Pretty sick giveaway. Pretty sick giveaway at the start of this, chat. Very cool. Let's do this guy's name is fun. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners. The winners are, let me pin this so I don't forget. Mimicane, Cygnus, Jippa, and Shuck. 45. Congratulations. Congratulations to the winners. We will be DMing you after stream to get you your stuff. We do have the giveaway status chat. If you won, DM me your EVE in-game name. If you won a giveaway, DM me your EVE in-game name. I do these by hand, so thank you for your patience. Okay. No more stuff owed to the people. Excellent things coming in. Excellent things coming in. Really good stream yesterday, chat. Ooh, let's open up a historic Crimson Harvest skin crate. Another Deathglow skin for you, boy. Ooh. Now we're talking. Do I have that? Oh, now I do. Cool. Look at that, chat. Interbus shuttle going into the giveaway done folder. Let's get our Astero here. This is a fit Astero. Let's check the fit. Fit check. Ooh, whoa. Ligature. The person who won this fit Astero is about to be very happy. This is 500 million ISK on this Astero. Good looking fit too. Overpropped? No, but that's okay. Still Shadow Serpentis. Really good. Sub 2. Yo, this is a good fit. This is for doing covert sites. You got the explosive resist. Very nice. Very nice. Good fit, dude. I don't want to fix anything on this fit with the cruiser tier medium shield extender. Really nice. Really nice. So I bet it is. You can really push Asteros high you can have very expensive Asteros. So this is a done giveaway. Good fit, dude. Good job fitting that Astero. Give done. This is a done giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at my Astero. This is the one I use in HiSec for event sites. Specifically, the one I use in HiSec. So it's about 400 million-esque. I also use the ligature. We have a signal amp on there to lock stuff faster. Lock stuff faster, and to be able to, just because nothing else really mattered in the lows. I could put another overdrive injector. What I was having happen is I would get to these event sites and I would lock stuff up and I would want to cargo scan things and I would lock up stuff faster than the buzzards that were on grid, and I would be able to start navigating to the stuff that was faster, because it's not just about the off-grid competition, it's about the on-grid competition. So we get a sub 2 align. Micro warp drive makes me go fast, going 3,700 with this. This is only for HiSec. We scan stuff down pretty quick. Without the pod, we've got 113. With the pod, we're at like 140, something like that. Something like that, okay? And then we do have the hyperspatials in the rigs. So I go 10 AU. We outrun the buzzards and the helioses that are tracking behind us. No, we don't need full drone bay because we just don't need it. We're in HiSec. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Like, you can put, I think I might have lost some drones in here. It doesn't matter because we don't have a warp core stab on here. I don't take this into dangerous areas of space. Made 100 million in 15 minutes with your Astero fit last night. Nice. Nice. That's what I use to go into dangerous areas of space. What other scanny fits do I have? Yeah, we've got our, well, we're not going to talk about that one. We've got our pacifier fit. We'll talk about the other one another day, chat. Got our another day, chat. That's for another day. We got our pacifier fit. This is not for hacking. This is my max scanning fit. We've showed this to many of you before. This is the fit, 136 points without pod. This ship will never go onto a grid and hack stuff. It is only for hacking things down. I use this to scan down the Pochfin wormholes for my Corp so we can get in there and find our Kino wormhole and keep it going. Scan stuff down really fast. We have a micro warp drive to go 2,800 on grid. Very, very sick. And we just go, we go fast to get the hell away, and we warp around. Look at that, 19 AU. 19 AU is very big. We can go from system to system extremely quick. That's pretty sick. So yeah, the ceiling on this is lower on my camera. I'm gonna have to look into that. Maybe my camera has like, maybe it's gone down a little bit. It has been a couple months since I checked on that. So another reason to take a break next week. Grants is right. Yes, that's correct. So what do we have here? Is this another contract, chat? More contracts being given to you, boy. So we are going to be interviewing one of Eve's most dangerous in a little bit. In just a little bit. Funny thing yesterday. You remember I was in my Mecha Bowl doing the Crimson Harvest sites. And we had a bit of a like Spidey sense moment, as the chat was saying, where a lot of Merlins were on D-scan within 1 AU of the Class 3 Crimson Harvest site. And they hadn't jumped on yet, but they were within 1 AU. And the final boss of the room was about to spawn, the Squall, right? The Squall scrams you and has a decent amount of EHP. I didn't realize that I was actually in my +5 pod. This is like a 2.5 something billion-esque pod. So if I had stayed on grid, I 100% would have been killed with +5 implants. That means I was doing Crimson Harvest in this ship yesterday with a +5 implant pod. Whoops. Sometimes it's, sometimes it happens, chat. Here's what we've gotten so far from the Crimson Harvest. About 855 million-esque coming in from the goodies. Let's open some of these crates. I've been waiting to open. I'm out of reach of these crates. Fantastic. Let's put these right here. Put this right here. So, whoopsie, I am brave. And brave is not the right word. Foolish, I think, is the correct word, because I straight up didn't know that I was in that. Did not know. Got a nice Ashamu skin out of that. Sick. Very, very cool. Let's hack all of these just to get all the Skinner stuff. Thank you. Crimson Harvest firework crate from all of my alts. Sounds good. Open up all of these. Thank God they have that hack all button. These crates, I used to just sell them. because it wasn't worth me clicking all of the daggum buttons, you know? So this is a really good time of year to get your Iron Blood skins. So Iron Blood skins are being found all over the place. So if you have a ship you like the Apocalypse, really sick ship, and the Iron Blood skin is really great. It's that red and black skin. Looks delicious. And it's going for much cheaper, you can see. It used to be going for 1.4 billion, now it's going for only 700 million. So that's half the price. Half the price. And this Ashamu skin this is the Iron Blood Ashamu skin. Do I have this skin? I do not. But I have a better skin. I have the Vampire Hex for this skin, for this guy. So I think what we'll do is we'll put this into the giveaways because that'll be a nice one. APOC Navy issue Ardishapadar skin. Let's check this skin out. It's a nice golden skin. Oh, I already have it. It looks so similar though. I would never know that that's a skin. I would never know that that's something. So, you know, let's put these into, I'll activate whatever skins I don't have. That's fine. And then I have all of these. Great. And we'll put the rest of these into the giveaway folder. The Skinner stuff I keep. I'm keeping all of my Skinner stuff because I make skins for the community periodically. And yes, we do have 1.6 billion-esque in Skinner stuff in here. Just waiting to move. Just waiting to make stuff with. I'm just stockpiling it for now. We'll put this into our, we'll put this into the Crimson Harvest one. We'll put this into the Crimson Harvest one. We'll put this into the Crimson Harvest one. We'll put it all into the Crimson Harvest one, baby. Going forward, did you check actual finished trades or just current sell orders? It kind of depends on what you want to do, Bernard. So that's quite a whoopsie. Yeah. What's a good level 3 ship for the gauntlet runs? Freaky, I'm glad you asked. We have a whole guide on this for you with 5 different fits on my YouTube. Go check it out. Go check it out. We have a whole Crimson Harvest playlist for you. So go check it out. It's going to be great for you. Really easy stuff there. Let's sell some of these before I forget to sell this. What's going for so much ISK in here? The boosters. I think I'm saving these boosters though. Yeah, I think because these last until January, until Wanwaria. Yeah, they last until January. So I'm going to try to sell these in December, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I just sell them now. I don't know. We got some mining boosters. Or the mining boosters. I think we keep these for, let's keep the mining boosters for after things. Yeah, these are going for 63 right now. That's pretty sick. I think I just sell this now. Let's make somebody happy. Let's just sell that now and get 50 million-esque. What else is very expensive here? That's 30 million. I'll keep the mining boosters because that's going to be, we're going to do some mining streams with the new stuff coming out. And maybe I just help people out and we just right-click sell these. Sure, I'll be that guy. Sell, sell, sell. Yeah, that's right. I'm about to make some people very happy. This is Chemical Tech. I don't want to sell the mining boosters. I want to keep the mining boosters. Repair, Tech Booster, Precision Booster, Damage Booster, Anti-Disruptor. Sounds good. Let's sell the rest of these. Whoever has buy orders in Jeddah, you're welcome. About to make some of you very, very happy, chat. Very, very happy. So many event cerebral accelerators. They're really good. So I'm going to give you all a big tip on this. The event cerebral accelerators last year, they were actually one of the best ways, ISK per hour wise, to get more skill points on your account. Okay? These Radiance acceleration boosters, or these Radiance cerebral accelerators, they don't look like they're very much. They're only 4 points for a day. If you have biology, they're 2 days. If you have biology 5, it's a 2-day booster. But it's only 3 million ISK. So Oz actually turned me on to this. Oz said this, and he's correct. From an ISK to skill point standpoint, these cerebral accelerators were some of the best ISK to spend. So really, really sick. Really, really sick. So you have so many cans and a lot of stuff. Do you have a video about creating custom inventory filters? It's a good question. No, I do not. Let me tell you that it's really not hard to do. It's really not needing for a video. This is just cans. Oh, is that an expired repair booster? When did this expire? It's expired 3 months ago, chat? What even is this? Is that from the Nexus Reckoning? Yowzer. Your boy is doing some Nexus Reckoning stuff. What do heck, chat? That's actually pretty funny. Parody, I kind of want to check out the prices. Let's just go down a quick little rabbit hole Chat. Let's go down a quick little rabbit hole. I want to look up some decryptors. How much? I want to see some decryptors. I want to see how much these are going for. And I'm looking to see the prices of these. That is correct. Yep, that's correct. That one's not. That one's going down. That one's fine. That one's going down. That one's going down. This one is going up. Why this one going up? Max run probability, material efficiency, time efficiency. Interesting. What I want to do is I'm going to buy some of these, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to buy some of these. Let's get 6. Let's get 10 of each. Go, let's get 6, and you're going to see why in just a moment. I'm going to make some people very happy that are getting these decryptors. I want 10 of each of these. That's the accelerant. I want this attainment. Let's get 10 of these. That sounds fine. Augmentation decryptor. Look, you made it easy for me. Thank you for that. Infomorph decryption key. This is something else. This is not a invention thing. Okay, good. Look at that. Let's get 10 of these. Excellent. This one. Ooh, 9 of these. For shame. How terrible. They might be. Speaking of heck, the Cerebral booster is about 2.5 million at the moment. Market getting flooded with a bunch on the events probably. You are correct. You are correct. The market is being flooded with them. Now is the time to buy them. Very important that those are some of the best ISK you can spend in getting skill points, and they are at the cheapest they will ever be literally today. Literally today. So I would get those right now. So they could be easily be more expensive. They really could, but people are dumb and they don't want to sell them for more. So no match. Oh, because it has to update. Sure. Let's buy those. Okay, so we just bought a bunch of invention stuff. We're going to show that to y'all a little bit later. Okay. Show that to y'all a little bit later. Where's my invent thing? Okay. We'll put these in here for now. So, yeah, show me data cores. How are we doing with data cores? Are data cores increasing? Looking pretty stable, all things considered. I'm going to have to decide which ones I'm going to buy. These are all pretty cheap, all things considered. Look at the spread on that, too. EO, Turbo J. A ton of BPO. Turbo J, are you sure about this? That is some good... I know it's a meme that you got these, but those are pretty decent BPCs, Turbo J. Thank you for that. Jack, can we get some 07s for Turbo J, giving us the Crimson Harvest blueprints, some Bajalgorns coming in, having a good time. Thank you, Archeon. Thank you, Turbo J. Same person. Giving us the blueprints. Thank you for that, my friend. Excellent stuff. We do have some invention things to discuss, champ. Okay. We're going to have to talk about this because... Let me ask this question. What do we think is going to be used to make the Tech 2 Pioneers? Let's see. We have our mining frigate. We have our prospect. Okay. We can go to this industry tab. We can go to view in market. No, not view in market. Let's go to... I want to see the prospect in here. We can see that... I want to see this. Looks like it needs Starship Tech. Makes sense. Fine. Okay. How do I see how to invent this? We have to go to the prospect. How do I like go down the chain to see how to invent this? Let me think about this. I think I have to go to the venture. I have to go to the blueprint. I need the blueprint. Then I need to see the copy of this, right? The venture blueprint copy. And now we can click on invention. There it is. A bit complicated, but it does let you do that. So here we go. So what I think is going to be needed for the Pioneer to be invented is Galentian Starship Engineering and Laser Physics. Because it's for the... Have these gone up in price? Yes, they have. What I'm going to tell you is these are going to go up even more in price. Okay. How many is needed for 1? 2? Give me 200. Give me 200 laser physics. Valentian Starship Engineering. How have these gone up? Haven't gone up in price, but look at that. Chat, watching this stream, let me tell you this right now, okay? Let me tell you what I'm doing and how I'm divining this, okay? Right now, when the Barbaroga was announced, which is the Tech 2 Triglavian Marauder. What people did was they looked at the other Tech 2 Triglavian ships and they said, what makes these? What makes these now? So they saw that the Draugr is made out of these. So what they did, even before the Barbaroga was announced, or sorry, before it was released, is they went and they bought those items. Shocker, that is what it takes to make the Bobby Rogie. Now, with the Pioneer, which is going to be the Tech 1 destroyer, added to the game in the Odysseus expansion, in the Catalyst expansion, we can do something similar. We can say, hey, the Venture makes the Prospect. What helps? You have to invent the Tech 2 blueprint. So it will go up in price after the stream. So since we know the Venture needs to make the Endurance with Galentian Starship Engineering and Laser Physics, what about the, show me copying, what about the Prospect BPO? Prospect is different. Prospect is, let me come back to this. Invention. No, it is both. It can make one of these. It can either make Prospect or Endurance. So what I would do, chat, is I would go buy Galentian Starship Engineering data cores and Laser Physics data cores. I would go buy these now because they're going to go up in price, I think. Because they're used to make the Tech 2 stuff now. So it remains to be speculatively seen. I'm not a financial advisor, chat. If you buy stuff and it doesn't work, that's on you, okay? Only spend what you can afford to spend. But I do believe that these will go up in price. I think they'll go up even more in price because right now they're used to make the Prospect or the Endurance. So, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's answer some questions in chat. Should I be selling stuff like Sisters of Eve net resonators now or after the update? Juliet, what I'll tell you is I would sell half your stock now and half after the update. Always sell half. Always sell half. Because what if the price goes down? At least then you make some money. What if the price goes up? Well, then you have the other half to sell for more. I think that's the best way to do that. If the Pioneer is going to be given away in the new Epic Arc, isn't the profitability of the Pioneer going to be potentially non-existent for a while? No, I don't think so, and here's why. We know that the Pioneer is going to have Tech 2 and faction versions. So there's going to be another ship like right here before the Omega lines. That's going to be the Pioneer, okay? Then we're going to have another section that's past Omega that's going to be T2. You need the Tech 1 hulls to make the Tech 2 hulls, right? So people are going to be buying these up like hotcakes. So, amazing. What ship am I looking forward to the most? The Odysseus. The Odysseus, chat. Oh, baby. It literally is something I've been wanting in Eve for a long time. An exploration command ship sounds good. Now, I would like some feedback from some of the inventors in chat. When you take a Venture BPC and you try to invent it, okay? It says success probability 30%, outcome options, prospect endurance. I cannot choose which one, correct? I can't say invent a prospect. I have to say, hey, invent something. You do choose. Okay. Interesting. So maybe what I do, chat, is you do choose. What I'd like to do, because I've invented like minor 2 blueprints, but I have never done one of like a ship. I've done invention on a smaller scale, is what I'll tell you, chat, okay? So what I think we do right now. I spelled laser wrong. How much does this cost? Is it 20 million to inject? How much is it on the market? It's only 2 million on the market. Goodness gracious. Wow, it's 2 million on the market and it's 20 million to inject. That is bananas. I will in fact do that right now. Give me the laser physics book. Let me inject this skill. What else do we need to train this up? Galentian Starship Engineering, Galentian encryption methods, laser physics. So what I'm gonna do is let me do this right. Let me kind of think. Oh, is that not where I am? Oh man, it was like far away or something. Where was that, chat? Come back. I bought a book that's not where I am right now. Let me find it. Laser physics. Oh no, I injected it because I'm a big dummy. Let me think about how to best do this. I'm going to sign into one of my alts that is public, and that we moved a bunch of my operations out of this section of space, but I still have these alts here. One sec, chat. Killing me. We've got, this is my industry alt that we're keeping this here just to show off kind of how stuff goes. And I haven't really, this is where all of my BPCs have gone to. And do we have venture? Show me ventures. Do I have, I just have the venture here. We don't have the BPO here. I don't have a venture BPO here. I could have sworn I did. We do, chat. We do. Okay. These are not 10 out of 20s either. Let's do some indie super fast, chat. Okay. Let's do some indie stuff while we kind of wait for our stuff. So I have 10 science jobs that I can do. What I want to do, training is paused because I don't have MCT on this character. That's fine. I want to invent stuff on this character. I have other invention on my other characters, and I haven't done this in so long that I don't remember how to do it. You know, it's just, I just, when I invent, I just click a button and just say invent. But how it's set up, it's been years since I had to like remember how to do this. So I have to do Galentian Starship Engineering, Mechanics 5, Galentian Encryption Methods, Hacking. So if I wanted to invent these kind of things, are like that. I got them for my alts last night. I was baffled. Hi, what's up, Tom DeBear? It's good to see you. One thing I think a lot about these pre-update investment rushes. How frequently does the pre-update rush cause prices to spike the post-update rush in terms of profits? How frequently can we see an overhype causing losses in investments? Suppa, this is a really good question. What I'll tell you is every single time there is an update, the prices of the adjacent and the associated things go up. So what a lot of indie players do is they will stock up on things to make things in preparation for the expansion. And then when the thing, hey, it's this thing, they'll build that thing. Now, sometimes that backfires. With the carriers, for example, carrier prices have gone up only because people have been not making them anymore because it's about to be easier to make them. You know, so for the time being, carrier price go up, but not in long term. So really what I'd like to do is like, do I want this character to be an invention character? Let me think about this. Do I want this character to be an invention character? Do I want it to be my other character? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I have a separate public character chat. Why is Copilot on? Get out of here, dude. Be gone. You spyware. Jeez Louise, dude. I turn you off. Quit Copilot. Get out of here. You giant bag of memes. What I want to do is I have another character on another account that is my like, that account is my invention account. And I want to go see if I have it. Okay. Somebody gave me 100 ventures. Stop that right now. Literally stop doing these things. End my suffering. Okay. Separate character for PI industry is the best. Correct. Ad suck. I have to sub Juliet. It's good to see a tier
1 to out of your mind. Thank you for that.
It's good to have you, chat. Let me do my production super fast. Okay, let me come back to this. Let me just quickly get my stuff here. Like I said, chat, I moved the bulk of my operation out, but these guys are still just chilling here. So I do not need ventures. Do not give them to me. Do not. So my coworker had to ask Copilot if he wanted to remove printers, and he hasn't used in a while for his computer. That's pretty funny. I like that shit. Let's sign into a second account really fast. We are going to be doing some interviewing in about 20 minutes, chat. So whenever this decides to log me in, we will do that. Okay. Let's turn off the let's turn off all of the quality on this because this is just my industry character. We don't need anything else. Okay. So Aura is trying to talk to me. What the hell, chat? Okay. Let's come right here. Got a lot of stuff. Yep, that's fine. We want to do this. Drop this in there. Thank you. I haven't done this on this account. That's why it's doing that, chat. Boop. Thanks for the boop, my friend. Let's do that. Okay. What I wanted to do is I wanted to see if we can do my other account that isn't public has invention on it, but I wanted to show y'all how to do it. So let's just go down this rabbit hole really fast just to see if I can show you on, I'm going to have to make a guide on it anyway. So let's see about it. So we're going to invent. Yes, this is what we wanted. So How I got to this screen to know what skills to invent is I start with the venture blueprint. Okay, show info. I come down to copying. You can see the outcome is a venture BPC, the copy, blueprint copy. Show info. I then go to invent. Now I can see what I need. It is a bit confusing. Okay, it's just a lot of like spinning down the rabbit hole.
I bet you feel like Alice nowadays, tumbling down the rabbit hole.
That's right. So thank you for that, chat. So why this is important, why we're going over this, is because a lot of you are about to be able to make the Pioneer, which is the new destroyer, mining alpha friendly, but you need to be able to invent it to make the Tech 2 version, which is going to be used by a lot of people. And there's going to be a rush for this in the first week. And we're going to be going over this on stream today. We're going to do an invention guide on stream today, how to invent. So I'm going to kind of like go through this first and see if we can get this going. So let's see about this. Laser physics, Galentian starship engineering. Do I have skill points like ready to go on this guy? I have 650,000 skill points on this character. Good. We are ready to go. By the way, if these look familiar to you, it's because this character is using my alt training guide. I never undock this character. I just don't. So click invention on the BBC copy and you'll be able to select the type. Yes, you'll see it in just a moment. Let me actually very quickly, let me pull out 10 of these venture BBCs and just let's open up. If you're wondering what happened to the BPOs from our Operation BPO, you found it. You found it, chat. Okay. I've been slowly but surely researching all of these. Okay. Where's our, do I have some good venture BPOs? I think I've been selling them. Yeah, we have 10 and 20 retrievers, 10 and 20 coveters, 10 and 20 porpoises. I plan on doing the same with the Pioneer. Yo, Byron, thanks for the very big super chat coming in. Well done. Byron, dropping the bones. Well done, Byron. Excellent job coming in. Well done, my friend. Always having to support my man, Loru. Not space rich and Eve yet, but doing what I can to support the content. Byron, that's huge super chat. Thank you for that. 50 bones coming in from Byron. Chad joined me in 07ing Byron. Excellent job. Excellent job, Byron. Thank you for those. Thank you for those. Yes, you do need the copies. We're gonna get there, chat. We're going to get there. So let's double click this. Let's open up the industry tab. Okay. We see we'd like to make some copies. Ooh, I have to go to a separate facility. That's fine. That's fine. We have our where's my shuttle? Let's get this. Let's get the shuttle. Let's put the BPOs in the shuttle. And let's undock. Where's my locations tab? Excellent. Perfect. We'll put our chat right here as well. Look at this. Excellent. We'll go into local. And good. We're going to undock. This looks really pee-pee poo-poo, chat, because we are on a character that is never going to really ever be like played. Let's put this in the center, chat. Here's my production. Come on now. Shaman right about there. Sounds good to me. Boom, boom. Excellent. We'll put this over here for now just to minimize it. And then let's go to my research hub. Okay. Okay. And wow, I've actually never been on this character on this computer because even my overview is all over the place. Who's that? That's another character. I don't know who the hell that is. Give me the Loru overview, baby. Give me the Loru overview. And let's chat. We are going to do some live production. Ready, y'all? Ready? Look at this. Alrighty then. Look at that, chat. Excellent. Let's go to a, let's dock it up. Cool beans. Teacher BPOs used to exist. There is Tech 2 blueprints. They exist, but they're very rare, chat. They're very rare. So we're in a researchable station. Okay. This is a I don't use this station typically. I'm in another area of space now, but this is fine. We can start here. So we're not going to research at the stall. We just want to make copies to be able to do this. So we have job runs 1, runs per copy 30. So we want a little bit. This is going to be 16 minutes, or is that hours? Is that hours? Runs per copy. If I just do 1, the run is 30 minutes. Let's do 5 hours. 5 hours. Job runs 1. Maximum runs 500. Does this mean I'm going to make 10 copies? Yeah, I want this to be as quick as possible for the sake of the guide. Maybe we do this next week then. Maybe we do this next week. That'll be a part of the guide for sure. 30 minutes to make a copy. No, by the end, this will be a thing. Yes. So I want to do 10 runs. It'll take 5 hours. Let's do 1 run, half an hour. Yeah, just do that. Because it'll take half an hour. And we can keep doing this because we have BPOs. Yes, good. So just keep doing it. This will take 10 minutes. This will take 30 minutes. Excuse me. We have 10 BPOs. We just want a couple of these copies to do it and call it a day. Good. So we used our venture BPOs that are unresearched just to start making some copies. Cool. And now we undock and we come back later. We come back later, champ. Cool. Cool beans. Do 1 and 1? Yeah. So, in your overview, is there a way to get the ventures and shuttles from the Crimson Harvest to appear in the PvP Hostile tab without flagging all ventures, etc.? Yeah, you just right-click it and you say, add to overview. That's it. That's it. Nice, Raitaru. Easy warp in, easy get them, call it a day, easy peasy. So, we'll let that cook. Let's look at the, let's make sure we have the skills on this character. Okay. Ship, blueprint, show this info. Once again, we can show this info. I'd like to have the invention guide be today. That way we can show y'all how to do it. So we can show you how to invent the new stuff. So, not low, you know you can pre-launch jobs like that more than once. Yes, sir. Yep. Isn't that crazy? See, you learn something new every single Loru gaming stream. So laser physics, let's just buy the skill. I don't care if it's a lot of money because I'm far from stuff. I will also buy Galentian Starship Engineering. Chad, don't do what I'm doing. I'm just, ooh, can I not buy it? I have to get it from the market somewhere, bro. What the heck, dude? Jitta is 3,000? Fine, I guess I'm going back to Jitta with this. Let's go back to there to go get Galentian encryption methods. Have to get it. What else? What else? And then let's start training these up. Let's start training these up just because we're going to get... I have this all mapped out on one of my other characters, and it's been so long that I just don't remember. It's just been forever. So let's get laser. I set this up, God, like years ago on this. Let's get laser physics. That's just going to go to 1. How much is it going to take to get this to 4? 2 days? Yeah, we can do that because we're going to prep for the expansion. Hacking 2 is on there too as well. Let's move the hacking skills right to here. And we'll move those a little bit away. So, CCP has hinted at removing T2 blueprints several times. I believe it. Yep. I believe it. We'll get hacking 2 is 60 minutes an hour. Put that right here. And laser physics is good. Galentian Starship Engineering. There it is. Starship. Can I spell correctly, champ? Starship Engineering. Good. We'll put that right here. 2 hours, we'll put that here. 12 hours, we'll put that here. And 2 days, we'll put that here. How much? 16 days to get that going. So, the need to remove from the market for ammo is completely controlled by like one guy. Fair. We want to get these up because my understanding of this is that this helps you both invent and research. So if I look at this, if I go into my research tab and I get a blueprint copy and I go to invention. Oh, I can't because I'm not in the other place. And we have 10 science jobs being used. We'll do that after our interview coming up. We will do that and then we will totally talk about that. So let's head this guy to Jitta. Excellent. So let's keep this going. So let's put this here for all the stuff. Okay, good, cool beans, champ. Surprised you haven't done that already. Yeah, you know, it is what it is, champ. It do be what it do be. This is gonna look like pee pee poo poo because we are on a account we almost never play on this computer. So let's head over to Jitta to go get the goodies and we'll go from there, champ. Okay, we're in a shuttle. We're gonna go nice and fast. So I know the production looks a little bit off. That's fine. It's fine with me. I'm okay with this. Let me actually, ready, champ? I'm not fine with this. I'm going to make this pixel perfect. Let's put this here. We'll put this here. Let's put this like that. Right about here is good. And then we move this tab. Chat, I want to have the best production in all of the category. I care about this stuff. Nice. I got really tired of going to people's streams that are playing Eve, and they were just like, giant bars of blur. You know, you can't see anything. You don't know what's going on. At least this way, there's some decent production for stuff. This is just a Galentian shuttle. Nothing special, chat. Nothing special. So, what's up, Warping Wombat? How was the stream? How did things go? Welsh Doughboy coming in. Delboy with
100 biddies. Thank you for that, my friend. Yeah.
Good to see you, chat. Good to see you. So, we're about to do a interview for Eve's Most Dangerous. We actually, chat, very exciting stuff. We have Ava Deal, who has won Eve's Most Dangerous a couple times this year. We're going to talk to Ava in just a sec. Very exciting stuff, chat. Very exciting stuff. So we're going to head to Jeddah. We're going to get this Starship engineering thing. You know, doesn't even have a Pop Nemo emote. Emotes are something I want to get improved. We've had the same emotes for literally years. I haven't had a reason to improve them, and now we do. So I wish you had made this video a year ago so I didn't have to learn it all on my own. Soapy, that's why we're doing it, brother. That's why we're doing it. So this character is an alt that this is the first time this character has flown around in a long time. So what this character has done, this character before this was all about skill farming and all about PI and all about indie. Basic research, basic indie, not invention. I had invention on another character that was not public. Okay. This guy, I'm going to put some invention on this character so we can show y'all for the guide how to do it, how to like get it going. So, because invention is going to be very specifically used a lot in the upcoming expansion for the Pioneer. So let's go to Jeddah, see what we can do. We're a couple jumps away from Jeddah, and we're going to have a good time with it. So, stream is auspicious. Unfortunately, was not able to finish the reward track. That's all right. Okay. You know, all good. How do you keep track of what characters you specialize in? I have a list. So, as always, I recommend the best way to play EVE Online is with 2 Omegas. Because with 2 Omegas, you have 3 slots. Okay? You have 3 slots that you can do stuff with on each character. So I have my main, which is the main character that I play on and am undocking with, whatever. Then on this account 2, let me move this to a darker area of space. I have my alt. These 2 undock and play together, right? So this is your porpoise. This is your venture that you're mining while your main is doing level 4s. This is your salvaging alt while you have your Chronos doing level 4s. These 2 play together, okay? What I then recommend you do is every other character has PI, right? We have this in a couple videos, so this is not going to be a video because this is a part of a lot of our other videos. Every other character has PI, every other character has indie, and every other character has research, right? And why this is because you can then have these 4 slots can Omega the whole account. PI, indie, and research. You can Omega both accounts with these other 2 characters. Okay. So invention, yes. So industry, research, you can add invention to this, but invention costs money. It's very much it's making Tech 2 stuff. So it's a spend money to make money thing. And it's a bit involved, which is why we haven't exactly included it in my alt training guide, because PI is easy enough to get into. Industry is easy enough to get into. Research is easy enough to get into. Invention kind of combines everything, and you really, it's a bit of a rabbit hole. And same thing with reactions. Same thing. Reactions are like a low sec thing, and it's just one of those things that you can do, but it's not something I recommend for the masses to have on lock. You can do it, of course. So, by the way, the alt training guide that we put out, we don't include invention or reactions because we're going to be expanding on that alt training guide with those 2 things. So, you know, so same thing, Timothos, same thing. Data cores. Data cores are so weird. The R&D trickle, so weird. You know, there's no good guide on it. I couldn't find one. Such a strange thing to do. So what I have on this account, and also skill training, right? Skill training on all of these. So if you want to, there's a lot of different ways to slice the pie. Okay. There's a lot of different ways to see about doing this. So it's a best kept secret, I guess. It kind of is, Timothos, until I make a guide on it. It's going to blow up, you know, so. And eventually I will. I want to make an invention guide today. So you would need MCT for those, correct? No is the short answer. Yes is the long answer. Rebellion. Because if you use MCT, then multiple character training, then you can get that up on your alts sooner. But if you don't use MCT, you just have to train one character at a time, and it will take months to train them. I'm not gonna lie to you. But when you have them trained, you can omega your account with those things. You don't need anything else. Amazing stuff coming in. So what is this character? Oh my gosh. This was what I used to do a bunch of Abyss on. This was like a year ago, bro. Ice Storm Filament Crate? What year is it? Yowzer. Yowzer. Okay, well, that's how that goes, chat. Let's go open up our skill catalog. Galentian. We just got something. Encryption methods. Chat, this is what we just got. What do we need to do this? Is this like hacking 2? We need hacking 2 to be able to do that. Got it. Hacking 2. Right here. Galentian encryption methods. So my understanding of these, training time, secondary attribute, is the higher this is, yeah, the more you can make these, you can produce these things. What I need to understand more about invention is, do you just need the Galentian for inventing? Not about crafting, for inventing. The higher these skills, the better you can invent stuff, is my understanding. I believe that is the case. We're gonna let this kind of churn. Let this go. Galentian encryption methods up to 2 days. We'll put this right here. I like to group these by time frame. So, okay. We'll leave this here because maybe I give this back to my main another time and we just keep that going. So, higher chance on success of Tech 2 BBCs. Gotcha. Gotcha. So, and here's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because again, we're going to be doing this guide. We're going to do a guide on it. How I've done invention on my own time is I got some BPCs, I press invent, and I come back later. I don't really think about it. But since I'm doing a guide, correct me if I'm wrong, champ. Laser physics, Galentian starship engineering, and Galentian encryption methods, all the bigger these skills, the higher chance you can make prospect and endurance BPCs. Is that correct? Is that correct? The skills have a hidden bonus to outcome probability. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Correct. Yep. Correct. Okay. I don't understand the R&D agent thing. Nobody really does. Okay, can you even find it in the agency? Where do you find those, champ? Where do you find them? Is it mission agents? R&D agents? Maybe we explore this today. Let's log out of this character. We're back to my main. Main's in Jitta. Okay, we'll read that mail a little bit later. I got 15 mails, chat. Okay. Nobody does. That's the thing. You won't. Wasn't supposed to be reply. I got you. Yeah, they're in the agency. Yeah. Agents and missions. R&D agents. Any level. A level 3 guy. Let's do it within 5 jumps. Great. Love that. Within 2 jumps. Anything? Hey, look at us. This guy's 0.9 away. Level 1, level 2, level 2. What about level 3? I'm going to have to go do one, chat. I'm going to have to go do one today. This is the Lie Die Corporation. How does this even work? Relevant skills, Caldari Starship Engineering, Electromagnetic Physics, Electronic Engineering, Rocket Science, level 3. R&D agents is to get decryptors. Once is the only way to get them. Now you can buy them from NPC orders. Interesting. When you start researching with the agent, it runs in the background like PI. You train your science skills that the agent is for, and then you train the research project management. R&D is to do one mission and then ignore it and just forget you have it running. Exactly. So interesting, chat. So in order to do this, I'd have to do... Oh, this is so interesting. And then you get these data cores. Right, I got you. And we have good standing. But I need these skills to do it. Right. Got it. Interesting. But see, that all sounds way too complicated. And it's just another one of those annoying things. So why wouldn't I just show up here and buy them from players that are doing it anyway? And these are only 100,000 ISK, right? Now, these are expensive, I think. No, these are lower too. Quantum stuff. Okay. So interesting, chat. So interesting. A lot of deep stuff. Better to do sisters who do combat missions instead of R&D. Exactly. Correct. You can use the LP to buy data cores. Yep. Yep. Can I buy them now? Don't show me affordable. Show me all. Can I buy them here? No. I can't buy them in the Caldari Navy loyalty store. Why buy? I always find them. There it is. Right. Very interesting stuff, y'all. I have a lot of thoughts about this. You buy them from R&D agents, not loyalty point store. Gotcha. Gotcha, chat. So intriguing. Lots to talk about with that. Okay, my alt is churning. My alt is churning. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back with more EVE Online in just a moment. If you're going to bounce, don't. Because we'll be back in literally minutes. The talk with Ava Deal is going to be here on the show. One of EVE's most dangerous. We'll be right back to talk about EVE in just a moment. We'll be right back. Don't leave. We'll be right back with more EVE Online. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time. Everybody say, hi YouTube. Everybody say, hi YouTube. Well, we've done Eve's Most Dangerous for a couple months now, for the better part of this whole year, and one person has stood out above the rest. One person has been crowned the most dangerous every single month. Many months, many months, and their name is Ava Deal. That's right. Ooh, let me turn that off, jeez. We've got Ava here today with us. Ava is here with us and is going to have a great time talking to us. Ava, say hi to the people. How are we doing today?
Hello, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. Chat, tell me if it's too low. I will turn up, Ava. No problems, no worries. Ava, we always like to start these things off. You've been crowned Eve's Most Dangerous a couple times, which is pretty sick, by the way. It's a new series that we've been doing. You've gotten the most solo points in 90 days. That's what that crown means. But what started you off in Eve? How did you get going? What began Ava Deal's journey in Eve Online?
Well, I haven't been playing too terribly long. About a year and some change last October. And I'd always wanted to try it, and I've attempted it long ago and sort of bounced off because Eve is crazy complicated. And I guess I had the standard sort of new bro experience. Started trying to do mining and mission running and just general industry, but always wanted to get into PvP, and reading about faction warfare like kind of drew me into it, and how sort of specialized in smaller ships, smaller, solo and group combat, small group combat, and just really fell in love with it. Got my first solo kill and got the shakes and the adrenaline from it, and just loved it from there.
There's nothing like it, right? We've all been there. Your first, you descan somebody down, you combat probe them, you warp in, your heart starts pumping, and you start realizing, why am I so excited? You lock them up, you orbit them. Man, there really is nothing like it. So that's super sick. And you're a recent player, which is so intriguing. There's a lot of newer players that are coming to the game that think they have to play for years and years and get all these skills to be able to enjoy Eve, and you are proof positive. That's not the case. You don't need 5-10 years to be able to dive into faction warfare and be one of the best. Chat, Ava's not just some random PvPer. Ava's somebody that we have crowned most dangerous for the last month multiple times. I think it was you've been on the list 3 or 4 times, but you were number 1 twice, and that's no small thing. I think you might be one of the only ones that's been on the number 1 2 times. So pretty sick. So faction warfare, the Revenant expansion really improved on faction warfare a couple years ago. So is there a primary area of space that you guys like to roll around in and do faction warfare?
Yeah, I'm with the Angel Cartel, so that's in the Minmatar, Amar, Losec area, and it's great. There are so many good groups there. Lots of solo fights, lots of small gang fights. Both the groups in the Amar militia and Minmatar militia are awesome. Even though we're shooting each other, we like to chat, and sometimes they kill me, sometimes I kill them. It's just a great time.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point too. Is that, chat, we're not enemies in the game. We're all rivals. We're all trying to do the same thing. And because Eve is an open PvP game, because I like to call it a full PvP game, because every area of space there's a potential for you to get PvP'd on. It's something you have to at least understand. Even if you don't want to engage in PvP, it's something that you have to at least get so that you can avoid how to do PvP. We talk about a lot of that in our anti-ganking guides. So you're fighting for Angel Cartel. Is there a preferred activity that you guys do? Are you just rolling around solo, just taking every single site? Or is there one oh, we have to go do that one?
So it depends. The way the insurgency works, with it rotating every 2 weeks, depending on where it spawns, really depends on if we want to push the corruption to get, mainly it's to get corruption 5 so that we can start throwing bubbles up in Losec space. That's really what our group likes to do. And when you had me on your video with the Kiki, a lot of that was just us bubble camping corrupted Losec, so that trying to get some kills.
Nice.
But me personally, I like to roam around the frontline systems, looking for people that are running plexes for Amar and Minmatar, and just try to try to take fights, try to see if I can do, 1v1, 2v1s, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, so talk more. Well, let's talk more about the frontline system in just a sec. Talk to me about these kikis that y'all were doing. So we did see that you had a really awesome kiki morphid, very cost effective, where you guys were bubbling low sec once the corruption was there. And how many people in this gang? Was it like 7, or was it you and 2 other buddies just spooling on people?
It usually it's me and 1 other or 2 others. Sometimes, at peak times we might have 5, 6, 7. The Kiki fit you actually showcased wasn't the one I was using. That was one I was trying to mess around with. The one I have is more like nanofiber kite fit. We find that when it's 2, 3 of us doing a gate camp, being able to disengage when you have the big blobs, the big fleets come through is really effective. So just trying to have fast things that can't be caught is sort of our go-to.
That's a really good point. PvP chat is less about the stats of the tank, stats of the damage. It's more about your ability to be mobile. This is something that is really true in every MMO. You're going to see people choose utility over raw stats in really anything that we're talking about. So what's your favorite ship to fly? I'm perusing some of your losses on Zico. I see you did fly one of my recent favorites, the Mechable. You did fly the Mechable recently. What's your favorite, I'm going to go faction warfare today. What ship should I fly? And why is it the Hookbill?
I like to fly a lot of different things. A lot of it is having the right ship for the engagement. I like the Navy destroyers and Navy frigates because you can you get more engagements. You can slide into the Navy plexes versus the advanced, which they spawn less. But I like the hook bill, the kite hook bill with 2 tracking disruptors because it's great against brawl destroyers, or the rail overprop catalyst Navy because I can slide in on 2, 3 frigates and pull range and take fights like that. Maybe I'll do the firetail with refits in the cargo for dual prop, or tracking disruptor for if I want to fight against a kiter or a cruiser. I've taken out some MOAs or things without newts on them using firetail just because you can orbit tight and they can't track you.
Right.
So those are the types of things. Sometimes I'll fly something slightly more expensive, but I'm space poor, so and I die a bit. So things that are affordable that I can take fights in that I don't mind losing. That's the big thing.
Yeah, that was one of the main things I saw. I remember that even featuring you, that a lot of your fits were, let's just say, cost effective. That some of the other people we were featuring, I think the guy in the last video had a billion plus Vedmak fit that he was going to hunt Ishtars in nullsec. And then we go to yours and you had more solo points, and you have, and I'm showing a Kata Navy that's only 35 million-esque. That's very affordable. And I'm sure you get a ton of kills on these just because of how great and how much damage they do. So you're space poor. What the heck, man? You haven't watched some of our PI guides? You're not doing you're just PvPing? You're not gonna go do some PI? Come on now. Gotta go get some riches somewhere.
Yeah, I am 1 character, 1 account. Don't have a bling pod.
Yeah.
I'll use boosters and drugs because those are very effective for, especially if you are a lower SP player. They give you just a little bit more to sort of tip the fight in your favor. But yeah, I like PvPing. I like roaming around.
Sure.
I pretty much survive off the selling the LP and then scavenging all the loot.
That makes sense. A true PvP enjoyer chat. Don't need any money. Don't need any industry. Just take me to the front lines. That's actually pretty sick. I like that a lot. So we talked about your favorite ships, and there was a point you mentioned that a lot of newer players don't really get that is really good to talk about, that was showcased a lot during the Crimson Harvest as well. We made those T3 destroyer videos for Crimson Harvest chat, but my favorite ships to fly in the Crimson Harvest were the Navy destroyers, were the Thrasher Navy, was the Courser Navy, the Mechable, because they could go into both, class 3s and class 2s. What Ava was just saying is also true of faction warfare. So, Ava, can you help the newer people that don't understand faction warfare to break down, like, why shouldn't you fly a Tech 2 ship? Why is Navy better? What sites can you go into with a Navy destroyer that you can't with like a Tech 2?
Yeah, sure. So the faction warfare sites, the complexes, the plexes, are broken into size restrictions and then ship restrictions by Tech 1, Tech 2. The smaller Navy ones that only T1 and Navy ships can go in are more prevalent in Empire frontline systems. And so if you have a Tech 2 ship, and sometimes I do fly around with one, but you might come into a system and there are people running the complexes, but they're only in the Navy ones. So you can't go into them with your Retribution or your Worm or whatever you're flying. So you just get less engagements, especially since the sort of meta is definitely the Navy and the Tech 1 ships. I mean, a lot of what I've learned is there's Eve Frigates puts out a great resource called the Faction Warfare Yearbook, which just kind of collects all the data from the previous year of, the meta fits and, what ships people like to fly, what their engagement profiles are. Like that helped me a lot when I was first learning and just like reading through that and seeing, oh, okay, this is how people fit their comets. So I know if I'm fighting a comet, it's probably blaster.
Yeah.
This is what might counter it, kind of thing.
Do you have a link to that? I'll feature the heck out of that. I didn't know that was a thing. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're working on their 2025, I think. But yeah, I'll send a link. It's
Please.
a really cool resource.
Yeah, send it to me. I will put it in the description of this YouTube video when it gets released, chat, because that's really cool. A yearly summary, a yearbook. I like how that's phrased. It makes it sound like we're all in like school together, which is correct. We're all learning. Because, chat, the meta is not some standard thing. It shifts, it ebbs, it flows, not just because of the, devs rebalancing, but let's say a lot of nano fits are in the meta. Then, well, actually, this is a good question. Ava, if you're seeing the meta go a certain way, how do you guys counter that? Like, what is the rock, paper, scissors in your mind? How would you go about, if you're seeing a meta ship come in, how would you counter those things? Do you, like, test fits? Do you ideate, or do you just yeet the fits and just like see what sticks?
Kind of both. Like, a lot of it is, a lot of Eve PvP is sort of, whether you win or lose is sort of in the fitting window and the information. So, like when I go into a system, usually I've just been around long enough, running around faction warfare. If I see a familiar face and I see a ship, I usually know how they fit it. And then like what is good against it. Sometimes I just I'll yeet into something and see what happens. But like take the Comet for example. A lot of people like to fit it blasters, afterburner, scram, web. So I know that its effective range is 4,000 max on its fall off. So if I'm fighting that, I want to fight it in something that can pull range on it and hit it further away. Because comets are spooky and they deal a lot of damage close up. So, but if I see people start doing like a rail comet more, maybe I'll have a different fit that'll be more effective against it.
Gotcha.
And a lot of that is just learning from doing. Like I take the fight and I die and I go, oh, okay, cool. So that's what their fit is. Maybe if I try something different, it'll work better.
Interesting. Okay. Some trial and error, but also some game knowledge.
Yeah. And I definitely, when I was first starting, I died a lot. Sure. I will say for new players or people who aren't familiar with PvP, I know in some of your other interviews, people talked about, new players should get into cruisers because the fights last longer and all that. But I will say that from a newer player and someone who is space poor, 120 mil Navy cruiser, losing that can hurt. Whereas, if you're flying a 2 mil T1 frigate, you can buy 20 of them, have them in a frontline system, and just yeet them into fights.
For sure. Yeah.
And you can
so
kill
that's
stuff.
What you would recommend.
Oh yeah, and I've killed cruisers in a frigate. Like it's doable. It's
Right.
just knowing what works, knowing your engagement profile kind of thing.
I think that makes a ton of sense from a experimentation cost standpoint. That you're right that a lot of the other people we've talked about are like, hey, maybe get in a cruiser, and that way you have more time to kill, you have more time to adapt, more time to understand. But I also agree with what you're saying. It really depends on what the person's trying to do. Like if you're a week 1 character and you get in a Tristan and you get blapped by a Cat of Navy, you don't really know what the hell to do. You know, you're like, okay, well, what else? But if you were a couple weeks in and you're like, all right, I'm seeing a lot of Cat of Navies. What can I fly? And you kind of have to start thinking about that as that way, chat. How can I win this faction warfare engagement? So if you had to pick like 2-3 ships that you recommend people start PvPing, I'm not even talking about new characters. I'm talking about new PvPers. Maybe they've been established for years and they've just never PvP'd. And this podcast could be their start. What 3 frigates, what 3 ships do you recommend that people start in?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
So one that I really like and that I stole the fit from a really good pilot is the Executioner. You can fit it beams, micro warp drive, and then fit it with a single tracking disruptor. And the guy that I stole his fit from, it's like 2 million ISK, but he's killing Navy destroyers, cruisers. It's definitely death by like 1,000 cuts kind of fit, but it's a fun one. I think the hook bill's great. Having 5 mid slots means that it can be really like the fit can change. It's very versatile. You can have double webs. You can fit active shield tank buffer, kite fit. And I think that's a really good one. And then I think the Comet is very good. You can do rails or blaster, and it's really effective. The Comet is like you can dumb it down and just do approach F1, or you can fit it for kiting. You can fit it for scram kiting. I think those 2 are great. Like just the Navy ones stat check all of the tier 1 tech ones for most part, and I think they're good but they're more expensive.
Totally agree. I love that. I expected the Comet and the hook bill. The Executioner did not expect that. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, you're seeing, chat, that the kind of fits, the kind of ships that are good to PvP in are the ones that give you options, are the ones that you can adapt. So the hook bill, Ava was saying that 5 mid slots, and we're displaying that now, Ava. This is a really good point, because if you're seeing the meta shift a certain way, you can retrofit your hook bill to have different modules. Like, I really love the idea of a tracking disruptor hook bill. So, well, here's my question for you, Ava. You fit these ships. You go onto the faction warfare site. You tracking disruptor down a Cat of Navy, whatever, kill it. Now you're on the site with the hook bill. What's to stop that Cat of Navy pilot coming back with somebody that doesn't care about tracking disruptors? Like, are you carrying a mobile depot with you, and are you like shifting stuff live, or are you warping off of the site if you see a counter come in? How are you like playing moment to moment these engagements?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good question. So I'm usually like I'll look for a fight, and that's a good talk about like high ground versus low ground, like when you're already in the complex versus outside, and what the advantages and disadvantages. So in that situation, let's say I killed something with the hook bill, and then I see something on D-scan which I don't think I can fight. I will warp off usually. Usually I'm also like modules are all overheated and almost dead. So what's great about LowSec is all the NPC stations. So I'll just go in and usually try to have a refit in cargo. So like the TD hook bill I have also has like a guidance disruptor. So if I see another hook bill, I can swap to that, because most other hook bills will be shield fit, and if I in rockets, so if I do a guidance disruptor, I can pull range on them. They can't hit me. Maybe I'm shooting into them with thermal because they'll have EM resistance, but maybe they won't plug their thermal hole, that kind of thing. So I like having fits that I can swap some of the mids without having to change up rigs or anything,
Right.
In station.
That's a good point too, is what to swap. So like how I like to theorize it is the first tier of game knowledge is understanding ammo. We just heard Ava say, like, that ship is not so good against thermal because, and I'm using broad strokes, I will switch to thermal ammo. Okay, that's like number one. Number two is like, all right, my ship doesn't do as good against that ship. Maybe I should leave. Number three is like, all right, that ship is probably, I recognize that guy's name. I've scoped out his Z kill. He flies a rocket hookbill. I'm going to go refit in station my mids, not the whole ship, just my mids to go from tracking disruptor to missile guidance disruptor. And I'm going to try to pull range on this guy and see if that's there. Is that a fair assessment of like the levels of PvP knowledge?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, yeah. And that's a good place to start, chat. So even if you, because this PvP in EVE can be scary because there's just a lot to it. I mean, my God, I pulled up that Faction Warfare yearbook and just the like, it was like 70 pages of stuff, which is really cool. Shout out to EVE Frigates. We're going to put this in the description for you guys to check. Really cool stuff. This is great. I recommend that y'all at least peruse this, maybe even have this up on a second monitor just so you can see the rock, paper, scissors and how that kind of stuff goes. So getting that muscle memory, getting that innate stuff is going to require you to undock and get to it. So I do see you got some bigger kills on here too. You got this nightmare that you guys took down. Are you like scoping out these ships? Are you scouting them down? Or are these bigger kills just like, there's a Thanatos helping you out, killing this nightmare? Was this like a community yeet, or were you guys like, did you catch a nightmare and then you were just, hey guys, time to kill a nightmare, you know?
So that was, it was just like 3 or 4 of us camping a gate. There was some big fight going on a couple systems over, so trying to, grab stragglers, that kind of thing.
Yes.
The nightmare came through, and just so happened that a Mimitar Fleet Alliance Sino was also there, and I had never flown the Magus before, but I tried booshing for the first time, and so we booshed them off the gate, and also happened to boosh the Sino, and so their entire fleet warped in. It was not, we were not working together, so we had been kind of bumping the nightmare and trying to keep them from reapproaching the gate, and then managed to get them far enough away with the micro jump drive.
Wow.
And then they all Sinoed in with their carriers and everything, and we had to warp off since we were in, smaller things.
For sure.
But ended up securing the kill because of it. And that's one of those great things about, EVE in general, sort of the emergent gameplay. Like, this just sort of happened. They happen to be there at the right time with us and managed to get that kill.
That's a really good point. Really cool story too. This is what EVE's about, chat. It's about the stories. And because the devs have made the game in such a way, I love what you said about emergent gameplay. EVE Online is very much a sandbox MMO, not a theme park MMO. You see these two discussions. And we did, we don't have to talk about this, Ava, but we were talking about it with my chat yesterday about the death of New Worlds, that MMO from Amazon Game Studios that just got shut down. Is very much a theme park game. The devs have coded the game, and the systems of the game depend on the devs to make content. Well, EVE is the opposite. The devs have coded the game in such a way that the players make the content. So Ava and Ava's buddies are like, hey, there's a bunch of fights a couple jumps away. Let's set up a camp and just let's set up a net. Let's go fishing and see what we catch. And boy, they caught a daggum whale. This is nice. They have a really cool story to talk about it. The adrenaline's pumping. I mean, look at this kill out, chat. Thanatos, APOC Navy, Lashak, Vargar, or sorry, not Vargar. This is a Tempest Fleet issue. Yeah, really cool stuff. That kind of stuff can only happen in games like EVE. In games where the organic, the emergent gameplay is allowed to reign supreme. So really, really cool stuff. So it's just faction warfare with you. So what tips would you give to players just getting into faction warfare? How can somebody who has never done faction warfare before, they watch this podcast, they're like, hey, I really would like to try out faction warfare. How can they start doing faction warfare? What do you recommend?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yes.
I definitely think starting out with, smaller, sort of more cost-effective ships. I definitely like things, if you notice, I like weapon disruptors. I like, cap warfare kind of things that tilt the fight into your favor, especially as a newer player. Like maybe you have less skill points. So, like the kite executioner or hook bill.
Mhm.
If they can't hit you, you're probably going to win. Or at worst case, you're able to disengage and warp off if their friends show up, that kind of thing. I like the kiting fits. You definitely learn more about manual piloting, about just, range control. And if things, get bad or you start seeing other people show up on D-scan, you can always just disengage and warp off, save your ship, that kind of thing.
True. That's a really good point.
Um,
And, oh, sorry, just to interrupt quick. I also recommend the Abyss. Go into T0 Abyss. Take the ship you're going to try to do PvP with and go into the Abyss. I know it's not the same, but you do get to practice that manual piloting. You get to practice the muscle memory of what's the range of my guns before you go into PvP. I think that's something we've talked about in the past chat, is that you can go into base level Abyss, not for the ISK, but for practice flying the ship, because the Abyss will test you. It will force you to, like, okay, that ship is pulling range. How do I catch up? That ship is doing a lot of damage to me close up. How do I pull range on it? So it's a good, call it a cost-effective way. T0 Abyss, Calm Abyss, or Tranquil, whichever one, is a good way for you to go practice those PvP. So Ava, you had a second point. Go ahead.
the other point is, I think just having lots of refits, or not refits, but reships nearby. Like, nothing worse than losing your ship and then you're going back to Jita to buy another one. Having all of your things nearby to where you're 1-2 jumps away from the front lines, it makes those losses hurt less. Okay, cool. You ship died, just jump back into station, grab your next one, get back out there and take some more fights. I think that is definitely a good one. Have your corp, or even reach out to, the different hauling corps to bring down ships for you into low sec.
That's a really good point. Well, I have a fun question for you. I know that you're in a faction warfare focused alliance. Are your indie focused people, are they building fully fit ships and then like seeding them in this area for people to buy? Or is it just like a, hey, get your own crap down here kind of thing?
So it's a little bit of both. Like, in our staging systems, like I have just from collecting loot, and I play, sometimes I play this game like it's one of those single player RPGs, and I just hold on to everything, hoard it. So I'll have all the small guns and ammo to hand out if someone has needs a module. But usually it's like the indie guys will have built ships, maybe hauls, but we'll have people that do hauling, and maybe we'll do a hauling contract. Hey, bring this stuff from a trade hub down to low sec, and we can have everything there.
That makes
But
sense.
really,
Yeah.
my alliance is great in that, like, everyone's really supportive of the PvP, and just having the players that are willing to, that have the hauler alts or the hauler mains that will bring down ships for us, and ammo, and um, just have everything there so that we can just keep PvP and keep doing what we do.
Yeah, Chad, it's a really good point. You don't have to haul it all yourself. There are literal space truck driver corporations that will do this kind of stuff for you. How do you contact those guys? Again, assume these are new players watching this. A lot of people that watch these have never done what you're talking about. So something that's second nature to you and I. To them, I say, yeah, just hire a hauling corp, and I know where to find them. Where would you find a low sec friendly hauling corp, let's say?
So I know there's like the big names. There's like PushX and a couple of the others. Red Frog, I want to say. I
Sure.
can't remember off the top of my head. But a lot of the larger alliances, like if you have people who are part of Eve University, I know they have people that haul, or it's just reaching out. Like if you're in one of those alliances, but I do know that public ones, you can also put out like courier contracts, or some of those what are they called, the freelance jobs,
Yeah,
and people will pick them up and bring them down for you.
for sure. Yeah, Chad, this is one of my favorite parts about Eve, is that there's so many different ways to skin this cat, And I'm hoping that this playlist, this podcast, is not just inspiring people to PvP. But I asked the question about the indie stuff, Ava, because there's a lot of industry-focused people in our chats, and maybe they hear this and go, oh, there's an opportunity for me to go make some ISK. If I haul fully built meta ships that come out in this frigates. What is it called? The EVE Online Faction Warfare Frigates Yearbook. Faction Warfare Yearbook. If you get these faction fully built ships and take them down to low sec areas, you could see this and make some money that way. You can do the stuff proactively instead of waiting for a reactive kind of contract. There's a lot of different ways that this can happen. So if you're new, we covered recommending the Hookbill, the what was the frigate you said, the laser one?
Oh, the Executioner.
Executioner.
And you could also do Slicer too. Slicer's a great kite ship.
Great. Comet. So definitely the Slicer for the Navy stats too, for sure. So definitely recommend starting in those. So what does a day in the life look like for you, Ava? Because we like to talk about these strategies, these macro stuff. So you sign in, you collect your Crimson Harvest, whatever, stuff. What do you do from there? How do you start? Do you hey, I'm online? Do you join a fleet? Are you zipping around trying to find spots? Or do you just dive into a faction warfare spot and get that 10-minute timer going?
So, it depends, but yeah, if someone's online, one that's also in low sec, maybe we'll fleet up. Usually, if no one's online, I'll just get into a ship and start roaming around the frontline systems. I usually try to do loops through the active systems, looking for people. I don't tend to sit in the plexes as much unless I'm trying to push corruption. Usually, if I'm looking for fights, I'll just go to systems where I know people like to go to the complexes to farm and try to catch people. Either they're looking for a fight as well, or maybe I can catch them sleeping. They're not paying attention. I can slide in and grab tackle before they run off, kind of thing.
Right.
And it's really just doing D-scans, seeing what ships are out there and what I can fight if whatever I'm in, and just trying to find those fights. I will say, for new players being in the site already, you have a range advantage. If you're in the complex, you can set range. You know that whoever's going to come in is going to come in at the beacon, and so you can sit at sort of your ideal range. So that's your advantage there. The advantage for the person that is outside the complex is they get to choose the fights. They can see which ship is in the complex and whether they want to take that fight or not. Usually, if you're in the complex, your options are take the fight or run. And you know that the person coming in is looking for the fight, so you can kind of use that to your advantage. A very popular fit is the Thrasher fleet with 2 webs and no warp disruptor, no scram, and they use Arty and an afterburner. So they sit there at the beacon and know that if a frigate comes in, they can just 2-shot it, and so that's sort of the advantage they have.
Right, that makes sense. What he's talking about, chat, inside of a faction warfare site, there's the warp in, which we can represent by this triangle, and there's the acceleration gate in the first room, in the previous room. So I loved how you said that the person initiating, the person coming into the faction warfare site, can D-scan it down, can directional scan it. We have a guide on how to use the D-scan, chat, so go watch that if you're new and you don't know what the hell that is. You can D-scan down the ship, and based on your understanding of the game and your knowledge, you can then say, hey, I want to go check out this site. I want to go try to push this. But the other thing that Ava was saying is the person in the site can set range. What that means is that if this is the warp in, this is where everybody's going to warp in, is on this triangle. If you have a ship that's range focused, you can be out here and waiting to poke something. But you were saying a Thrasher just sits on the beacon. Is that correct?
Yeah. Or Blaster Catalyst Navies will also just sit on the beacon, and they'll preheat web and scram, and so that if
ready
you
to
come
go
in, they can grab you right when you get in.
Right.
You have a couple seconds of invulnerability when you land, and usually that's the hardest part, especially if you're in a kite fit, being outside and coming in. You have to try to get out of their range before they can weapon scram you. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and that's when you see that I die. But when you are in a kite fit and you're already in the complex, you can sort of dictate range from there, and that's where being in a ship that isn't usually kite fit can be to your advantage. If you're in a comet, someone is going to assume that you're blasters. So if you're in a long point rail fit, you can sit 20 off the beacon and catch anyone that comes in.
Really
but it also
good
means
point.
that if they come in and it's not something you want to fight, you have time to align out and get out before they can tackle you.
Really good point. What you're hearing, Chad, is have a plan. Don't just get a ship and warp in and go, yeah, I'm just going to sit here. I'm just going to orbit. Don't just orbit. Like understand my ship wants to be close up. So stay close to the warp in beacon. Alternatively, my ship is a longer range nano, kitey, whatever railgun fit. I want to be far away. So be far away. Understanding your ship and understanding what to do when is one of the reasons also I recommend going into the Abyss and T0, just because it helps you to understand what the wind condition is for your ship. Because a lot of times we can talk about this, Ava, but the newer players don't understand it until they actually experience it for themselves. So I really like that you're talking about the newer ships that can go in. And of course, I'm saying go into the Abyss. So really cool stuff. So what does the future look like for faction warfare? What are like y'all's plans? Is it just a, hey guys, we're going to sign in and have fun, which is totally acceptable and completely fine? Or are there longer term goals for y'all's alliance to like take over into high sec, into like corrupting high sec areas and really pushing to like make your mark on Eve's history? What is the idea there? Tell me about it.
So my alliance is interesting in that, you know, we do have faction warfare, but there are also, you know, the players that participate in other forms of PvP. We do a lot of high sec war decks and mercenary work. So maybe someone doesn't like that station there. We declare war and go shoot it. We also have gankers. I've participated in my first gank a few months ago. Just sort of followed them around that they, you know, gank the pipelines for trade hubs. We have also people that like to do suspect baiting, which is, you know, finding a mission runner in high sec and trying to get them to engage you. And I've done that a few times, and that's fun, taking on like a battleship in a destroyer or a frigate. But for the low sec stuff, it's really just having more people on so that we can do more small gang stuff, more small group combat. And yeah, when the insurgency goes to a good system, having people online that we can actually, you know, push those sites. I do know that AWACSing has been a problem for the Angel Cartel, and that pushed a lot of the smaller groups. And so just trying to combat that, trying to, you know, get these smaller groups together to kind of help push the corruption.
Yeah.
So that we can experience the fun bubbles and null sec in low sec kind of thing.
For sure. And chat, I do see the comments. AWACSing is someone who declares themselves for a faction in faction warfare and then kills that faction. So if I declare, hey, I'm fighting for Caldari militia, and I go in and kill Caldari militia people, it's friendly fire. It basically means that you're not playing the game as intended. But this is, we talk about AWACSing a lot on this channel, actually, and the problem is, in my opinion, it's CCP Games' problem, because people are going to play a system how they're allowed to play it. So if AWACSing is possible, people are going to use it to mess with the various people. So you were saying you guys go into high sec and you gank some people, you know, you go suspect bait, and I did see some negative comments to that because people don't like it. But chat, let me be super clear. It's in the game. It's part of the experience. Do not undock what you cannot afford to lose. You know, I have very vivid memories, Ava, of me doing level 4s in a Dominic's Navy. And all of a sudden, I see a prospect uncloak near my MTU. And I'm like, that's weird. Why would a prospect be here? So I scoop my MTU and I align out. And as I warp out, like 30 catalysts warp in, and I happen to get out in time. My spidey sense saved me. But I remember, like, what the hell was that? And that was the first time that I'd ever seen something like that. And I was in a very big Domi Navy. It was like 2 or 3 billion-esque just because I couldn't fly Marauders yet. And it's one of those things, Chad, that there's high-sec gankers get negative connotations assigned to them, but they are the reason that the prices are so low for certain items. Ganking and PvPing actually helps supply and demand be more healthy, having a more, call it a healthier competition. This is something we talked about with Oz a lot, the macroeconomics of EVE Online. So Ava is unironically, by killing certain people, helping you to afford items. Isn't that right, Ava? So, you know, it's just it's something you wouldn't think about. But hey, that is how economics works, chat. That's it. So, well, really, really cool stuff, Ava. Is there something we can do about AWOXing? I don't know. Is there someone we could support in an upcoming election that you recommend? Is there something we can do there?
Yeah. I know Young Puke has been, he's on the CSM now. He's been working with CCP on trying to come up with ideas. We have an Angel Cartel Discord, and CCP was in there asking all of us, what can they do to sort of assist with AWOXing? And there's a lot of, people should be allowed to shoot each other, and there are, consequences for it. You lose standing, and the recent change they did with Angel Cartel is they made it so that you have to have positive standing, not just a -2 or higher, but above 0. And it's not easy to raise that standing. You can do it with Angel Cartel, or there's missions that you can run in nullsec, but it takes time and effort. And I have noticed that it has changed a little bit. I'm seeing it less from the larger alliances, because now that it requires positive standing, they can't just bring in alts to raise the standing for the whole alliance. They actually have to have people run the missions, and so seeing it less. Also, a lot of the other groups, we actually just declare war against. A lot of the AWOXing is fraternity, a big nullsec alliance. They like to farm all of the LP, so they don't like any competition. But if a lot of us will declare war against them. A lot of the groups, I know, like Sedit has, our alliance has, so we can shoot them without repercussions when we see them in faction warfare.
Oh, interesting. Okay. A counter to the not so great system is to use a different system. Gotcha.
Essentially, yes. Now they do have sub alliances that don't have structures, so you can't declare war against them. But when running faction warfare sites against those, they tend not to AWOX as much, just because it seems like the standing change is effective. But definitely, I know it's something that CCP is aware of, and Puke has been working to try to make it better for all of us. So I definitely think that he's a good candidate for CSM, and continue to sort of listen to these our low sec pirate and faction warfare needs.
Yeah. In chat, we did talk to Young Puke. This video will be featured in our Loru radio playlist, this video with Ava. We did talk to Young Puke also in that same YP2, in that same playlist. So go check that out. Consider voting for YP2 for CSM. We have a lot of people talking about, a lot of people featured for CSM in there. So excellent stuff. Low sec pirating, faction warfare, new bro focused, and into what you can do as a bigger player. Ava, this is fantastic. Really good talks today. Love having you on the show. Eve's Most Dangerous Chat. Can we get some 07s for Ava? Coming in, taking the time. Thank you, Ava, for taking the time. I'll give you the final words. Hype up your Corp, hype up your Alliance, whatever you want the people to do. Go ahead and tell them. What's up? Let's see it.
Oh, Alliance, something really pretentious. We were looking for more experienced faction warfare pilots. We like to do Angel Cartel, just fly around, have fun, shoot people. That's if you liked PvP, if you like to experience different parts of PvP, they're a great group. They've been really supportive and awesome, helping me learn the game. Great guys that come up with some cool fits and ideas, and just have a good time.
Sick. When you said something really pretentious, I thought you were saying, oh, let me say something really pretentious and then let me plug stuff. Your alliance is named something really pretentious. SRP.
Yes, SRP.
Yeah, that's sick. I like that a lot. Well, Ava, thanks very much. Stay on the line. We'll talk to you in just a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, more interviews, more podcast style stuff in the Loru radio section of our YouTube. That's right here. Check out the rest of the stuff. Young Puke's interview, we'll try to feature it like right here. I'll ask my editor to feature YP2's interview right here. So if you want to listen to that and consider voting for YP2, for Young Puke 2, for CSM, that'll be this right here. And sub right here for the best. Eve guys, we'll see you in the next video. Thanks very much. Chat, we'll be right back. I'm going to go talk to YP2, to Ava. Too many acronyms. then we will continue the Eve stream in just a moment. We'll be right back with more Eve Online in just a moment. We'll be right back. Chat. Good stuff. Good conversations. Talking to Ava. Good stuff. Well done. Talking to Ava. Chat was really cool. Thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying it. We're going to reward the people that had a good time in that interview. Let's do a giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do a large giveaway. Let's give somebody some big stuff. Let's give stuff. Let's do this one. Is it going to be a give box? Let's give some people some large things. I know that a lot of people see an interview and then bounce. I want to reward the people that stayed. Yes, that is a Revelation researched blueprint. I want to give some people some value for sticking around for the good old-fashioned stuff. Have an exotic dancer, have some of these. We'll give a very large box for the people. Some abyssal rolled goodies. Looks like that's nice and full. Excellent. Let's throw in a, here's a 400 million bar guest skin. 400 million bar guest skin, large giveaway. This is the bar guest Blaze Squadron. This is, would you like to fly a bar guest with some dude on the bar guest? Sick. Let's do the chat. Let's reward the people that stuck around for the good old-fashioned interviews. This is a researched Revelation blueprint. Battleships are researched. The Bajalgorn, the Ashamu, and the Crewer. I know this is a Balgorn chat. Let's do it. And some carbon, of course, and a single exotic dancer. So here we go. Let's do this giveaway. In order to enter in to this lovely giveaway of ours, you must first be following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Then you have to be in my Discord. Do those two things. You'll be eligible to enter in. Angskel tier 1
Out of your mind for 3 months. Good to have you. Good to see you.
Lucas Edge
Twitch primed. Out of your mind. Good to see you. Thank you very much.
Really good times talking to YP2. Ava, I'm gonna keep doing that because man, we were talking about Young Puke a lot. Really good stuff. My favorite part of that interview is probably that Ava is, relatively speaking, a newer player. You know, Ava has been playing only a couple years. How many other of our interviews were like, I've been playing for 30 years and my kids play even, you know, Ava is just like at the top of the charts, killing it, logging in, getting involved. Only been playing a couple years. That's really interesting. By the way, the person who said, are we really eating while I'm streaming? It's my stream. I do what I want. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat some food. Okay. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Okay, so come on now. You know what the heck? Only person in Eve with the only one account. Yes. Yes.
Wait, he plays Eve with one character?
That was also super intriguing. Me thinking how I play Eve. I'm like, bro, you. Chat. That is a large item from Ireton to give to the people. That's a 4 billion ISK module. 4 billion for one thing. Do we have? You said to Abyssal Roll it, chat. Do I have one? You said to Abyssal Roll the officer mod. Should we Abyssal Roll an officer mod right now? Chat, type 1 if you want me to. Tell you what, don't type 1, type nothing. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna see what chat wants, because the reality is I could click this button and I could turn it into nothing. So to Gamba or not. Roll it. Dad, no please. Okay, so we're gonna have 2 kinds coming in. 2 types of polls. This is going to be over on Twitch only. Sorry, YouTube people. Twitch is just easier for me to do this. So 2 polls. Chat, 2 polls. Roll it. Roll the purple officer module that we just got, or do not roll it. Okay, a purple Ireton, God bless you, my friend. Holy crap, a large module coming in. Let's see it. Roll it, or Dad, no please. Should we roll this purple? Should we Abyssal Roll this purple? Let's see about it. Brother, could I have some gambling? Here it is. Gamble responsibly. From purple to green is actually, the odds are not in our favor with this, but hey, it looks like, chat, you want me to roll it. You want me to roll this item. You want me to do it. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay, 53 to 22. You want me to roll this officer module and get it going. All right, from purple to reprocessing. That's, you know, it do be like that. Where the heck is it? I never remember where it is. Ship equipment might be under, is there a mutaplasmid section under ship equipment? Fleet assistant, I never remember where it is. There it is. Mutaplasmid, drone mutaplasmids, drone modules, a glorified, no, that's drone module mutaplasmids. This is it, right? This is it, right? Is this the one? Used with, yeah, this is it. This is a 2 billion. This is 600 million, 400 million, and this is 2.1 billion. Let's do the big one, shall we? Let's do the big one, shall we? Let's do 2.2 billion. Tell you what, chat, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna roll this as big as I can. I would be disrespecting this unit, this officer unit. This button click we are about to do is a 6 billion ISK button click. Ladies and gentlemen, give me your energy. Give me your energy. We're gonna respect this officer module. I want to see give pleases in Twitch. I want to see give me your energy. I want you to give me the energy, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see about it. This module is a 4 billion ISK module. Let's see about it. 25.1%. We need. This will be a failure. This will be a failure if we get below or around 20.5% damage. If we go from 25 to 20.5, this will be a failure of a thing. Let's see about it. So Ireton, God bless you. Refunding the buy. Well done, Ireton. Thank you for that. My friend chat, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, a 6 billion-esque click. Are you ready? The pajama pants are coming out, champ. Let's see about it. Let's see what kind of click this is. I will use my mouse on my pajama pants. Are you ready? I will now click this button. Okay. He's gone plaid. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 billion is click. Here we go. Tap that button. Oh, God. It's terrible. No! 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 It's horrible. No! It's terrible. F's in chat. It's horrible. A 6 billion-esque module becomes slightly better than a Tech 2 module. Who was it in chat that said purple to green? Mods, can you add 1 electron to that man's body? Okay. That is, Mrs. Loru got to see us fail, champ. We failed the roll. We failed the roll, champ. It happens. It happens. We're adding that to the pile. You will now be able to get this module. Just to be clear about what this means. Yes, we went down. This was 25%. Okay. Was 25%. Now it is 21%. Let's look at how this fares compared to the rest of the stuff. So this module, 21.1, okay? 21.1. So we're better than Tech 2, but we're less than the greens. So it's actually in between Tech 2 and the faction gear. So this is a very, very not great module. Very sad. Very sad. I don't have the mustache, so I lost. That's probably correct. There it is, Jen. That's probably correct. We're going to add that to the pile here. Well done to those things. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to give this stuff away. Here we go, chat. Last call in order to enter in to this giveaway full of goodies to get hundreds of millions of ISK. Yes, all the good stuff. Here we go. Yeah, I tell you what, you do another hype train, I will do another giveaway. We have to afford things. Okay, that's a 6 billion ISK is as much as a Navy capital ship. And you think we typically give those away at level 10 hype train. So chat, you get me to level 10, we'll do another button click. Sounds good? Okay. Sounds good. Here we go, chat. Last call. Last call. Let's see about it. Okay, it's a light green module. Yes, it's a light green module. A Tech 2 brick is actually what it is. Follow me on Twitch or sub on YouTube, then be in my Discord. Here we go. This box is still large. Abyssal rolled goodies. Look at this guy. Ooh, big shield bonus and a researched rev and a bar guest blaze. Bork. Hi, honey. It's good to see you. I love when you do the oh my dog emotes, honey. It's so funny. I love that. I love that. Let's do what's the other one you like? You like the extra emeraldy one, right? The you like that one, honey? I love that. I love that. Here we go, chat. Let's see it. Let's see it. A word you have to type in. Let's go. Post interview box. A word is thank you, Ava. Type thank you, Ava, one time, case sensitive, into my Discord. Type thank you, Ava, TY Ava, one time, case sensitive, into my Discord. Ava, thanks for taking the time. Thanks for the interview. It was a good time. It was a good time. Enjoyed hearing from some quality people in EVE Online. Excellent stuff. Throw in the medium newt I gave you. It's 1.4 bill. Oh, that's, I think we gave that away a while ago, I think. I have to go look, but goodness. You know, so Vasilov, we have our big giveaway folder. We'll keep it going. Spin the wheel again. Tom to Bear, what do we got? I can't spin the wheel again right now, chat. I have to do this giveaway first. Tom to Bear, what is this crap? It elite slaves. What? How is that? And I don't want time to bear. God bless you. I don't want that. I don't want that, dude. Why is that an item in the game? Someone at CCP Games had to code that. They had to go like...
So we have slaves in the game, okay? What if we had elite slaves? Put it in! Put it in!
That's pretty nuts. I didn't know that. I had no idea. We could tell Loru isn't an MR. No, I am not. Slavery bad. The take of the century. I tell you, chat. Thank you, Ava, for taking the time. Amazing. What's up, Dink? Oh, good. Yeah, put it out. That's good you're doing it now because I'm about to be out next week. So good. Yeah, chat. Dink is organizing the tourney that we're a part of. DM me, Dink, and then I'll post it before I go. Okay, so next week we're taking off stream, chat. Taking off stream. So let's do this giveaway. Going once, going twice, last call, and when I type sold, this giveaway will be done. 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Sold, champ.
Excellent. No more winnings can be found. Here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. Next week we're off stream. Okay. Next week we're off stream. What I'm doing is I'm going to be taking a break ahead of the expansion. Ahead of all the stuff we got to do. I need a break. Gonna be a good time. It is a tier in a tournament, you're right. Q Popo says, will you set up your PI for 1 week? No, I'm bringing my laptop so I can do my 4-day cycles. That's the way to do it, chat. Touch of grass, yes. Yes. Okay, the winner. Can I pause? When I do interviews live, I watch my viewership go down. So what I want to do is help all of you that stuck around to understand we will do a giveaway right after. There will be people that will join this stream in a couple minutes and will go,
hey, there was a giveaway?
Yeah, because you stuck around, you get the goodies. Stick around, champ. We'll have more stuff. Okay, thank you for that. The winner is... large box. The winner is... Can you please do it? Okay. The winner of the large box is Yuri. Congratulations, Yuri. Hackman07 to you, my friend. Good. You know,
I'm something of an insurgency player myself.
That's right, chat. Congrats to Yuri on winning the large box. What is this? The 10 most wanted slavers. Sure, Ireton. I will take this. And you know what? There you go. There you go. Congrats, Yuri. Congrats. We will give this to you. This is also done. This is done, Yuri. I will give the people their stuff. Yuri, please DM me on Discord. Yuri, please DM me on Discord to be able to get your stuff. I will send it to you shortly. Okay. If you won, please DM me stuff. Shameless regift. Yes, of course. Thank you, Yuri. Woohoo. Straight Anids, we owe you this from earlier this week. And here is, we're going to give the 10 most wanted slavers to Yuri. Excellent job, chat. So really cool. We did get done with the interview with that. So I want to kind of transition into a video. And where's my confessor? Where's my courser? Okay. Give me the courser, chat. Give me the good old-fashioned lasery boy. Okay? Yes. Good. Good, chat, good. Everybody say... Hi, YouTube. Everybody say... Hi, YouTube. Let's do this, chat. Let me move this freaking window if I can. Oh my God. There we go. Okay. Well, if you've been playing EVE as long as I have, then you have a ton of little tips and tricks on how to fly your favorite ships better. And in this video, we're going to be talking about all things lasers. Yes, how to burn your enemies, how to make them stop moving because they are no longer there. So if you want the best Eve guides, you came to the right place. Ladies and gentlemen, Loru here, digital advertiser, content creator, and laser enjoyer for the better part of 10 years now. Lasers, chat, are one of the most fun weapons to fly in New Eden. They're very specific. How to fly them is different than really any other of the various ammo types. We do have a video on railguns. We will be having a video on drones and each damage type in New Eden. Check out our masterclass for EVE Online, max player masterclass for all of those guides. Let's talk about this first. Lasers consume a significant amount of cap relative to other kinds of things. So one of the best ways you can help to have your lasers not stop your ship from losing all of its capacitor is first, most of the ships you're going to see us fly are going to have some kind of cap battery, especially if it's PvE. And you're going to have one of my biggest tips for you that we just learned literally a couple months ago is the capacitor control circuit in the rigs plus a cap battery is going to give you more capacitor than other kinds of rigs. Let me show you. Okay, so if we go to our modules and we go to remaining resources, we're only going to go to rigs. We like to do this live so you can see how to do this as well if you're a newer player, okay? Look at this number right here. You can see this number depletes in 3 minutes, okay? We're going to remove this capacitor control circuit too. Obviously, it goes down to 2 minutes. Let's come down to the engineering rigs. Now, for a long time, I never used capacitor control circuits. Instead, I would use semiconductor memory cells. Why? Because it increases the ship's capacitor capacity. For the longest time, I would do cap battery plus semiconductor memory cell. You can see we're at 318. Now, depending on which type of space you're going into, this is correct versus other things. Understand this about capacitor. The more you have, the more capacity you have, the more regenerates. Roughly speaking, there's a rule of 1/3 with capacitor that when you reach the final third of your cap, it's going to recharge very quickly. So if that 1/3 is like more, then it's going to recharge a little bit faster. I'm trying to gloss over this very quickly because it's a lot to be said about this. So what I'm trying to show you is most fits I was using this for the Crimson Harvest. I started using a different kind of module. Instead of using a semiconductor, same rule for shields is actually correct. Actually correct. At the final 30% of the shield, it recharges faster. Exactly correct. Good job. I started using the capacitor control circuit instead. So we're going to slap this in and look, we're at 302. But for certain events, you want the recharge rate instead. Here's what I kind of ideated with the Stream Live. When you go after sites that have a lot of heavy nuke pressure, you want to get back your capacitor faster. So this module becomes better than a maximum amount of cap. So there's some subtlety here, and here's kind of what I'd like to tell you. Recharge rate is going to be better than total capacitor if there are newts present. Okay, this is your sleeper sites, this is your Crimson Harvest sites, and yes, the upcoming Winter Nexus sites as well. So if there's newts, I would like you to pick recharge rate. If there's not newts, you can definitely go for total capacitor. But I gotta tell you, I can feel the difference that these modules make for my ship. So even though the capacitor control circuit is technically less cap time, 3 minutes and 2 seconds, says the in-game cap tool, I'm still using it more than the semiconductor memory cell because really, an extra 16 seconds, who cares? I'd rather recharge faster overall. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to y'all. So first thing, a lot of heavy capacitor use from these lasers. Consider using a cap battery plus the correct rigs depending on what's happening. If you want this fit, this is our Crimson Harvest fit. It's over in our Navy Destroyer video. Let's talk about skills. Skills are one of those things that we have to just go over, especially for newer players. You're going to go to the engineering section. You're going to make sure that your capacitor management is set to 5 if you're a laser enjoyer, okay? This is a ship agnostic skill and is considered one of the magic 14 that is going to be one of the best 14 skills you can train up because no matter the ship you train, no matter the ship you fly, those 14 skills are live. So having 25% more capacitor on every single ship is going to be huge and it's going to be necessary especially when you're using laser-focused ships. Another thing people gloss over, definitely go to the rigging section and come on down to the energy weapon rigging skill. This is going to make it much easier for you to fit those energy weapons. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is not a capacitor section, but this is something that's going to help you. So let's say you're flying a ship. We didn't because we couldn't fit it in the Crimson Harvest. And you have an energy-focused rig. It's going to make it harder to fit the various things on your ship. It's going to make it more difficult for you to fit all the modules you want. So definitely get it to 4 and at least to 3 as soon as possible. Okay, I recommend you get all your rigging skills to at least 3 as soon as possible because it really does help you to fit all kinds of goodies. Okay, so, and this is a good point coming from Pi Gamer. It's one of the reasons that we do this live. Cat batteries also, they don't just give you, hey, give me increased capacitor storage. They also provide defense against newts. So if there's a site that has newts, you don't just get, hey, give me more capacitor, give me 130. You also get a resistance bonus. The newts with this battery will be 22% less effective. Really good point coming here from the chat. Excellent job, Pi Gamer. Pi Gamer, I'm going to gift you a sub. That was really cool. You don't have a sub on my Twitch. You can keep us in the editor. I'm going to give you a sub out of my own money. Thank you, Pi Gamer, for the excellent point. Well done. You've improved our video. You get some pancakes over on twitch.tv/07 to you, Mr. Pi Gamer. Excellent. So let's talk about the lasers themselves. We've talked enough about skills and all that. You can swap ammo instantly. I'm going to undock so I can show you what this looks like. Other weapons have a reload speed, have a swapping speed. Missiles, and if you want to swap damage types, it takes some time. Railguns, if you want to swap blah, 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 it takes some time. It takes a couple seconds, in some cases 30 seconds to get it done. Not so with lasers. With lasers, you have an instant swap. This is a very big deal comparatively to other weapons. So this is important because our conflag ammo, as you can see, let me make sure I'm in the right scene here, perfect, goes out to 11K and hits optimally within 56. Well, let's say they get further away. Well, I can just swap to Scorch. Boom, that fast. With the click of a button, I can now shoot out to 21K and keep it going. So this is really important because especially if you're a newer player, you're going to be using the Navy lasers a lot. And let's talk about ammo for just a sec while we're talking about this. Use your quick swap to be able to decide what you're going to be shooting and how you're going to be shooting. So the conflag ammo is going to be your close-up ammo, as you, if I can show this. Close-up, highest damage. Scorch is going to be not as good damage, not even close, but is farther range, and you can hit stuff further away. The Navy ammo, chat, the Navy ammo is going to have the best tracking. It's going to be able to hit those frigates very easily. And y'all, this is actually one of the things that blew my mind the first time that I started using Navy ammo. You'll see the tracking here, okay? Tracking your 381 versus if I come up to, let's go to conflag, you can see the tracking is 267. So it doesn't sound like it's that big of a deal, but if you're a newer player, that's going to help you a ton to be able to hit smaller ships. Now, you have to make sure you understand this thinking. Tracking speed is going to be dependent on what kind of ship you're flying and the kind of ship you're facing. If you're flying a frigate and you're killing frigates, you don't really have to worry about tracking speed. Not really, because the frigate tracking guns are very high. If you're flying a cruiser hitting frigates, well, your tracking speed of the cruiser is going to be a bit low. You might want to fit some Navy ammo to be able to hit those things. This is a really good point. Everybody has to make sure they have some Navy ammo in their cargo if you're new, just in case there's some frigates, and call it a day. So some other interesting things about lasers is the kind of damage that these do. You can see we have blood gamma, blood infrared. Let's come down here. Blood microwave. What is the deal with all of these different ammos? Let me show you, audience. Okay. First of all, you have some differences between the various factions and how much they cost. It's going to primarily be, especially with Navy ammo, it's going to primarily be a cost thing. So this is a big deal. Look at the Santra Microwave S. Very similar to the other Navy ammos, but is 3,000 ISK, not 3 million, 3,000 ISK, versus the Imperial Navy Microwave S is 400,000. Get this one. Okay, don't get the expensive one. Get this one instead. So if all of a sudden the cost of your laser ship goes up a bunch, it might be because your lasers are trending up in price for whatever the heck reason is going on. So there is some small, minute damage differences. You can see the true Sancha is going to do 0.4 HP EM damage and 0.2 thermal damage more. I'll let you be the judge of which one to use and how to do that. If you ever want to know which one to pick up, here's how to do it. Let's say you open up, I want to use small focused pulse lasers. You come down to used with, you go to your ammo, and I'm going to right click. Let's say I right click conflag. I'm going to compare that compare tool. And if yours looks like this, it's because the new compare tool is vertical and I hate it. You can click this 3 dots in the top and go to horizontal. How many of you did not know this? How many of you did not know this? Type 1 in chat. If you did not know, you can go back to the old compare tool. I love the old compare tool. I hate the new compare tool. Do it like that. Enjoy it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so you also see the various differences here. You can also go to this filter active and go to only show if different values. Big deal. Makes it way easier for you to find the other stuff that this is different and way easier to help you with the various things. So use the compare tool to be able to see filter by, if I can find estimated price, to see what is cheapest. And then you can also filter by the other stats to see which lasers you should pick. In short, I would take Conflag and Scorch, and I would go get the cheapest Navy ammo you can. Okay, that is what I would do with those ammos. So instant swap, and of course, take the Navy ammo for better tracking. Okay, let me check my notes here. Let me keep us going. So now there's 2 kinds of lasers when you get to Tech 2s. There's pulse lasers, and then there's beam lasers. Let's talk about the difference, and let's talk about the use cases that these have. So if we filter down to our high slots, let me come down here to our stuff here. We can keep these right like this. So we've got our pulse lasers are going to be more close, and beam lasers are going to be more far. It's mostly about the range, ladies and gentlemen. Mostly about the range. And even without any ammo inside of this, and don't worry about our CPU, we're not trying to make this fit. We're trying to show what's possible. Okay, so yes, Cadillac, exactly. You know, now you can use it again. Well freaking done. You can see here on this side are the pulse lasers. The base range of these Tech 2 lasers are 17 to 12. The base range of this is 29 to 25. So the tracking, 139. The tracking, 381. This is a general rule of Eve. The stuff that is focused on closer to you is going to have better tracking. The stuff that's focused on farther from you is going to have worse tracking. You can hit them further out, but it's going to be harder to hit them. Okay, so now which is the use case for the various things? I can tell you that especially for newer players, the shorter range ones are going to be something you want to prioritize. The pulse lasers are going to be the thing you want to go into first as far as Tech 2 ammo goes, because it's going to do more damage. More damage is more damage. Sniper fits are harder to use. Range nano fits are more difficult to use in PvP, all that. Focus on the closer range pulse laser first from a skilling up standpoint before you go into beam lasers, in my opinion. Of course, this is dependent on what activity you want to use. Do what you want. I'm not your dad. Okay, so you can get this by getting the small pulse laser specialization skill. This will also unlock Scorch and Conflag ammo, which is the preferred ammo for the various people. So let's talk about the different gun types. You're going to see a lot of these like named guns. What's the difference here? Which one should you pick? Well, chat, it's all about how much CPU they use and how difficult it is to fit them and how much you can get done with it. So let me get rid of a bunch of these. I'm going to very quickly get rid of a lot of these at once. Okay, we're just going to remove 7 of those. Here's a Tech 2 small focused pulse laser. Let's check out the Gatling pulse laser. Let's compare this. Let's get rid of all of these Gatling pulse lasers. By the way, you can remove multiple things on the compare tool by shift left clicking remove. Keep the shift button held. It will let you remove multiple things at once in this new compare tool. I am press and holding shift, left clicking, still holding shift, right click, still holding shift, left click remove. It removes multiple things. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I just changed many of your Eve lives. So you can see we have this filter by estimated price. The small focused pulse laser, let me show this as well, is right here. And it is the most expensive one. It has crappy tracking, but look at that damage multiplier, baby. Okay, look at that damage multiplier. The accuracy fall off is kind of meh. And what's the main thing to focus on? There's a lot of stats going on right now. Okay, a lot of stats. How much money? How much damage? Okay, you're welcome, Yagnor, you're welcome. So typically, if you look at this list right here, see how this list minus the polarized, avoid that if you're new. Polarized is the most damage, but it removes all of your tank. You become a glass cannon. Anything polarized, not just lasers, anything polarized, it removes your tank. Be very careful, okay? So see how this list, small focused, dual light Gatling, is very similar to how this looks? That's on purpose. This list is going to typically go from harder to fit to easier to fit, okay? So if we look at this, we can see let me find CPU. See how this is 16 CPU to use, small focused. See how dual light pulse is 8 and Gatling pulse is 4. The names of these are a bit confusing, but the main way that I like to fit really any gun in EVE Online is answer the question, how much tank do you want? If you want more damage, you fit the bigger guns. You can see we have the small pulse lasers, small focused on this, which is the most damage, okay? Most damage, but the hardest to fit. Why? This is a Crimson Harvest fit. We are DPS racing other Navy frigates on grid. I want to be able to conflag things down unheated for 400 DPS. If I wanted to get more tank on this ship, I would use lesser guns like the dual light pulse laser that is half as much to fit. This adds up when you have a bunch of guns, when we have 6 guns to fit. So this is my that's how to find the right ones. What I'll tell you is if your objective is damage, start with the biggest damaging one. If your objective is tank, consider teching down your various guns into the thing that is easier to fit. How to find the ones that are tech down, if I scroll down this, how this is organized by default is this is typically the most damage and is hard to fit. And as I go up the list, they become easier to fit. Does that make sense? Easier to fit the more up the list we go, and we can see these become tech ones. Okay, so consider using those. I hope that makes sense. Chat, does that make sense? Type 1 in chat if it makes sense. Let me know if that makes it easier for you to know which lasers to use. All right, good. Sounds good to me. So in order to increase some of the damage that you have, you can use specialized modules to make sure that you can hit things better and hit them harder. So as you can see on this fit, we have 2 modules here that are helping with that. First is a heatsink. Heatsinks are specialized to lasers. They help you to deal more damage and fire them more rapidly. The and fire more rapidly is actually the thing that is the biggest DPS increase here. Shooting more often will help you to do more damage, way more than a damage multiplier does. Trust me on this, the math is in. That said, remember how we started this video. These take more capacitor to shoot. So why do you think I only have 1 heatsink on this and not more? Because I'm like, you know what? I'm going to eat into my capacitor already. I might as well just put some tank on there so I have a more well-rounded ship. You're going to see a lot of laser fits be a bit more tanky than other ships because they don't necessarily want 3 heat sinks because that rate of fire is going to really burst down their capacitor and make the ship very glass cannon. Like, I want to see more pop and emos in chat. It's my favorite emote. Thank you very much. Show me different ones. I want the VOD viewers to see. Edler, you can zoom in on chat when the pop and emo spam comes in. Let's see about it. So heat sinks are how you do that. Careful buying these bigger heat sinks. Some of these are very expensive. We can once again use the compare tool to see which ones are more cost effective. All these officer ones, we're just going to get rid of these. These are billions and billions of ISK, not worth getting. And we also want to get rid of the Tech 1 heatsink. Almost never use this. Instead, if you're a new player, use the extruded compact heatsink. Better damage modifier, better rate of fire bonus for less ISK than a Tech 1. The Tech 1s are actually not good to use in your ship literally ever. Why are the Tech 1s more expensive? Because they're used in industry to build more things. That said, it doesn't matter. If you are trying to fly this, consider using the compact heatsink. See how the compare tool helps you to optimize your fit by just being able to look at the data like it's an Excel sheet and go, you know what? I do want to use that. Like this basic one is 16 million, but it's less rate of fire. 3% is a lot, than the Tech 2. So why would you ever use this? It's 16 million compared to 1.2 million. Begone with you. Never use that puppy. Thank you kindly. So a pretty common thing if you want to tech up your heat sinks is going to be going for, you don't even want to use this trebuchet heatsink because it is the only reason, let me show you this. The only reason to use this trebuchet heatsink is because it's easier to fit. It does the same rate of fire, same damage modifier. But if you're really struggling to I can't really fit one heatsink, I'd like to, it is almost half the CPU of the Tech 2. That is something we learned from the compare tool. That's how to use heat sinks to increase your damage. Check out how much this is. If I have conflag in here and I have 400 DPS with a single heatsink, if I turn this off, we lose 80 DPS. That's a lot. With one module, you pump up your damage by 80 DPS. That's pretty sick, pretty great, very excellent. So thank you, Calrune07. Thank you for that, my friend. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The second module we have in here is a tracking computer. Tracking computer. Now, there's a couple of these. Turrets, non-missiles are turrets. Missiles are launchers. Anything else is a turret. So when you read this kind of stuff, it's important to understand the minutia. This tracking computer is going to do two things for us. First, we can load it up. First thing is without a script, it just gives you a global bonus of fall off, optimal tracking. This means if something's far away from you, it's easier to hit. Your optimal range means you can hit things further away, and tracking speed means you can track everything better. You can run, notice how there's these little boxes, just like in our guns. This means you can run something in there. That means you can put a script in there. Right click, show info, used with, here's these scripts. Tracking speed scripts take off every other bonus, but increase our tracking speed. Look right here, 24% with the script, take it out. Tracking speed is only 12%. So you get double the tracking speed bonus at a trade-off of losing the rest of this. We typically run around with just tracking speed in the Crimson Harvest stuff because remember in the Crimson Harvest, there's all those relentless ventures that get really close to you and they move decently quick. We want to be able to track them. Look at the difference that this has. We turn this off. We go down to 215. We turn this on and we go up to 267. That is a decent amount. That is a lot more tracking and is the difference because remember, tracking with these lasers, you can miss, then you can miss, then you can glancing blow is not very big damage. Then you can hit, then you can, is it crushing? Then it's smashing, then it's penetrating. So think of these as crits, right? So you don't, tracking, I come from other MMOs where hit chance was a big deal in World of Warcraft and I think in Guild Wars 1. I don't remember in Guild Wars 2. Wrecking blows too. I'm forgetting wrecking is in there somewhere. So think of these as critical hits. So the bigger your tracking is, the more chance you get crits, the more damage you do, the bigger something is. The point is that you want to do bigger tracking speed, but we don't just use tracking on there. We also have the optimal range. If stuff's just outside of our conflag, 11K, we can activate this and it goes out to 12. Just sometimes that extra 1K is enough that you can do the damage you want to do. That's how to use tracking computers. That's how to use heat sinks. That's how to increase the damage you do with your lasers. Okay. Let's talk about the skills that you're going to need. Let's kind of open this back up to talk about some stuff too, because we're talking about increasing damage here. This is not really understood for lasers because it's kind of confusing. There's a missile section and there's a gunnery section. Remember, I was talking about launchers versus turrets. Energy turrets are actually used in the gunnery section. Let me show you. There are some, of course, energy turret focused skills. Like we were showing a small energy turret, right? Small energy turret, yeah, it's going to increase your damage. I don't need to tell you that. You can read, you understand that. Some of these skills are ship agnostic that sound like they only work with guns, but they work with your energy turret. Motion prediction. Get this to 4 at least. 5% bonus to weapon turret. It's an energy turret tracking speed. This helps your energy turret. Motion prediction. Rapid firing. 4% bonus to rate of fire. We were just talking about this. That's raw damage. Turret helps you with energy turrets. Rapid firing. Get that. Sharpshooter. Big one. 5% bonus to weapon optimal range. If they're outside of your range, you can't hit them. Some of you were saying my
Crimson Harvest Courser can't hit as far as yours, Loru.
because your sharpshooter skill is not to 4 and 5. Get it to at least 3. You can get these within a couple days. Sharpshooter's a big one. Let me scroll down and see if I can find another one. This one's hidden. Surgical Strike. Okay, 3% bonus to damage of all weapon turrets. The best part of this video, if you're watching this, these skills apply to all weapon turrets, not missile launchers, turrets, not drones, your weapon turrets, railguns, autocannons, lasers, all of those take the damage with Surgical Strike. Here is one of the last ones, Trajectory Analysis. 5% bonus to weapon turret accuracy fall off. If they leave your optimal range, you'll still hit them sometimes with this skill. Those skills, rewind it, memorize it, put it in, put buy orders in to see if you can get them going and call it a day. Okay. The other ones on the left side here. Oh, there's one more that's kind of hidden. Controlled Burst. 5% reduction in capacitor need for weapon turrets. Get that one first if you're going to get lasers, because we were just talking about how they have a heavy capacitor need. Get capacitor need of weapon turrets up to at least 3 and 4, just so you can get it done. And I think I see one more. Gunnery, 2% bonus to turrets rate of fire. What I'm trying to tell you, chat, if you see a skill in the gunnery section that is not bound to like a weapon, like large precursor weapon doesn't help your energy turret, even though it sounds like it should, because it's still a laser. Not a laser. The naming is specific. If you see a skill that is not bound to one thing, it'll help you out. Go train those skills up. Go get those skills. So glad to have Gunnery 5. Aren't we all? Doing most damage, all the big damage, having a good time with it. So one of the final things I want to help you understand is how to do big damage and how to avoid big damage with your laser ships. So all gun turrets deal with tracking speed. We've been talking about it, okay? We've been talking about this. Let me get to a darker section so I can show you this. Let's say you have a big ship here and it's doing big damage and you're in your little courser. It's doing big damage to you. You want to orbit that ship. Why? You want to orbit that ship because its guns are going to have a harder time tracking you as you orbit, and they might miss you and they might glance and they will do less damage to you. Notice I said this is a big ship and you're in your courser. If the ship is bigger than you probably want to orbit it. There's some stipulations, but you probably want to orbit it because you have lighter tank and your tracking is better than the bigger ship. Small ship has bigger tracking than big ship, okay? If you want to do a bunch of damage to it, you see us talking about this in the Abyss. If you decide, you know what, I want to push this, you start keeping that ship at range. You reduce what's called the transversal velocity. That is over a course of an angle. Think of it like this. Okay, it's a right angle. If you're perpendicular to something, if you're parallel to something, there's no transversal velocity and you will do more damage. If you are moving at an angle from something, this is not even, there's a lot of transversal velocity, you will do less damage. It sounds complicated. Let me decomplicate it for you. The more you're heading straight to a ship, the more damage you'll do to them in a laser ship, the more damage they will do to you. So you better be ready to take a bunch of damage. If you're against a bigger ship, consider not keeping at range, consider orbiting instead. But if you're against a smaller ship, if you're up against, I don't know, another destroyer, consider heading straight for him, her, I don't know, and overheating your guns and calling it a day. This is something I think you have to do, chat. Go check out our Abyss playlist. We're going to feature one of them right here. We don't have a laser Abyss playlist yet, but we're going to have one very, very soon. And it's going to show you how to fly these ships. And I recommend you go into T0 Abyss with a Punisher, with a very cheap laser ship, to figure out how to do this kind of stuff. This will make you a better Capsuleer, and the stuff you do in a base level Abyss will help you to go out into New Eden and PvP to your heart's content. So check out those playlists. Check out our masterclass right here as well, if you're new especially. It has all the goodies for you, all the goodies for all the weapon types, all the things right here, and sub right here for the best. Hey guys, we'll see you in the next video. Chat, I'm going to keep giving you this value. We're going to keep providing stuff, and I'm going to keep making the guides I wish were around when I started out. We'll see you in the next video. Thanks very much. Did I miss anything, chat? Did I miss anything? Anything you would like to include in the next video? Did I miss anything? I think I got everything. That's a pretty good starter, I think. Yeah. Pretty good starter, I think. Very good. And I love doing this live. Do you know how often I see a comment on my YouTube video that's like, hey, the commenter at such and such timestamp has a really good point. So they read your stuff, Jen. They see what you're typing, and it's very good stuff. I wrote a few things about good job, Warp, and what about good. How to scoop the loot after a kill. Right click. It's Alt F4. That's it. Press Alt F4. That'll do it for you. Don't do that, chat. Here we go, chat. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Good. I have to look at my time because we have to, I have things to do. Excellent. So we did this one. Good. I have my notes chat here. We wanted to try to see about doing some guides to invention. Let's see about it, y'all. Give me where's my Viator? Yeah. Where's my Viator? Let me do this right. Okay. Let me do this right. I don't think I can do this today. I wanted to do an invention guide, but I don't think I can do this today because I have other notes that I want to do. I have other things that I wanted to handle before I did that. Yes. Let's pause on that for now. Pause. I'm loading up my other account, but I'm gonna turn that off. Let's pause on that for now. Okay. Pause on that for now. Let me do this. Sounds good. Invention guide we didn't do. That means for the rest of the time, chat, it's time. That's a thick door. It's time for the Onyx, ladies and gentlemen. Time for the Onyx. We were testing this the other daisies. The Sniffer ship. That's right. It's time for one Onyx land chat. We were trying to put this into Abyss, and we did get the guidance enhancer on this the other day, and I do believe, yes, it's time to go do that. So let's find our Abyss ship. Vorton Abyss, that's not it. Active shield missiles, here it is. Good. Yeah. Let's do that one. Cool. Excellent. Let's get it done, champ. So, read the DM and act upon it. Okay. Thank you, Jink. Okay, champ. Excellent. Yes, Dink, for sure. Okay. Give me a sec, champ. All good things. Okay, champ. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce once again that we are going to be casting, yes, we are going to be live casting a tournament this holiday season with our friends at Astral Acquisitions. And here's how to enter in. Do I have a invite? Do I have an invite to this, Dink? I want an invite to this. So I'll figure out how to get an invite to this a little bit later, chat. I need to get some kind of invite to the Discord. So it is called the Triad Tourney. And we are going to be having a great time with it. More infos to be had, but we are going to be talking about this more and more after my break. You can sign up inside of the Astral Acquisitions Discord. Do I have a link? Can I just put this link here? That doesn't work. I will get a link from Dink a little bit later. Give me just a sec, chat. Come here. Is this it? Perfect. Thank you, Dink. Yes, I'm going to pin this in case it already isn't. Good. Chat, here is how you can join that Discord. Okay. Definitely check this out. Definitely enjoy it. We are going to have a bunch of giveaways and stuff for people that are there live. For the viewers, we're also going to have prizes for the people that win the tournament. This is not just like, oh yeah, I'm going to go to the tournament. We're going to have a great time with this. It's going to be a lot of stuff happening. A lot of big things going on that's going to be this holiday season. I'm very excited about this. Dink puts so much work into this. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you. What do you mean I don't have any more room? The heck, bro? Yeah, I do. Get out of here. Miss me with that. Scourge, Fury, Scourge, Rage. Okay, what is taking up so much freaking inventory here? Scourge Rage, Heavy Assault, Caldari Navy, Heavy Assault. Yeah, I do not need 2,500 of that. That's for damn sure. Let's put this right here. Okay, we'll put that in our loot folder. We're going to be going into T4s with this. We're going to be going into T4s with this right now, chat, right now. So chat, definitely go check out that Triad tournament that we will be doing. We are excited to have yet another big tournament to be had. We're going to talk about this more and more as the time goes on. Okay, so let me edit this really quick. I put it in my Discord as well, Dink, so people can see stuff. Okay, so excellent, cool stuff coming in. Let's undock, chat. Let's go get this going. Lot of things happening in the holiday season, chat. We're not slowing down. We got a lot to do. So need more points for Hicks. Yeah, so let's talk about this fit. Let's talk about what we did last time with this ship, and let's talk about what this is here for. So the Cerberus is one of my favorite ships to fly in the Abyss. Love it. So much fun. So much fun. We wanted to try out the Onyx, which is the Hick. What the Cerberus has in damage, the Hick has in tank. And this is an absolute brick in space. We have a large pod outfitted to a bunch of damage, and we did T3s in this just as a test. We weren't ever going to fly T3s in this, just to kind of feel out how the ship was. And last stream, we were able to see that we needed a couple things. The first thing we needed was the single heavy missile launcher 1. The highs. No drones on the ship means these hams, the 27k range, with faction ammo that hit out to like 30, it's not enough. One heavy missile launcher pokes the various whatevers, the various loot caches, and then our MTU sucks up the stuff while our heavy assault missiles do all the things. So this is about a 2.5, call it a 3 billion-isk pod plus ship to go into T5s. That's pretty standard for a T5. So we're trying to make this work. And what I think is going to happen is we're going to end up using the T4 fit for this. We're trying to do T5s with this ship. I think based on the testing we did last time, that the cheaper version of the ship will be really good for like a brain dead T4 times. I really think that it's going to be better in T4s. We're going to try it and see how it goes. We'll drop off that extra ammo in just a sec and see how this goes. So it's one of those things, chat, that when we do these videos, we want to try to push to see what's possible in these ships. That way, the viewers can have a base to be able to do stuff. By the way, did you know that you could move this? Press and hold left click on your capacitor and then you can move it this way and that. Did you know you could move that? Type 1 in chat if you did not know this. Thanks for using my code. Type 1 in chat if you did not know this. So there's a T6 fit price, sure, but we don't like T6s here because they're very dangerous. So gotta bling out your pods to do the gym through stuff. True. You could do the align at the top. You can align to the top for sure. Yes. See, chat? Some of you knew this. Good job. Good job. You can move this around. There you go, chat. We have a loot fold. Is there a black person here? Came to check. Put this right here. Some Lutimus Maximus. We'll put that right there. I like to see how full it is. We'll put it right there. Okay. Sounds good to me. I'm trying to left click and move on your stream. If for some reason it isn't working, I don't know. Try it again. Try it again. How are you doing that? How you doing that, man? It's moving. You're moving. Thanks, chat. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. You moved it a little bit, Hura Logistic. You've helped us. Thank you for that. Ooh, a pacifier for Tiz. 07 Tiz. What's up, Tiz? Good to see you. Trying to get that Kino wormhole scanned down. We'd love to see it. The Onyx is a thick ship. You can't take the sky from me. Very much a Firefly style ship, I do believe. So it looks pretty sick. Twitch interaction never fails, Timothos. Exactly. We're going to try to take out these ships because here's what I know. In EVE, there's considered a meta of ships, just like every other MMO. What we have decided to do is to try to see if we can, I want to see how we can make every ship work, all of them, every single one. And then I want to make a video on it. Because what I know is happening is people are not testing the certain ships because they consider them off meta, but maybe those ships are really good and nobody has just made it work yet. So what I'm going to try to do is get a nice base going with these ships so that you all can watch my guides, see the stuff, and then act accordingly. It's going to be good. So it's pronounced, is it pronounced Gila, Gila, or Gila? That's a really good point. That's a really good point, chat. Do you say it with a G, or with a G? You know, I'm not sure which one it is. I think it is Gila, just like the, people, it's not Hecate. I keep saying Hecate. I think people are calling it like the Hecate or something. I'm like, yeah, chat, what's funny, you knew what I was saying, right? Is it with a G? With a G? Or is it with a G? You know, I don't, which one is it, chat? Is it Gila, Gila, or it's the Gila? Now we're talking, that's so cursed. Macaroni. That's so cursed.
Yes, my favorite ship. I fly a faction drone boat. It's the Dagila. That's right. Yes. I love the Dagila. It's my favorite ship. It's the best one. No one else can do that. So.
That's actually correct, chat. Excellent. Excellent. Shout out to Master and the Elkas boys. I don't know what that is. Master Bite. What's up, dude? In Germany, we say with a G in German accent. Yes. It's Django. The G is silent. That's right, chat. It's not a Gila or a Gila or a Gila. It's a Ela. That actually sounds better. It's a Ela. Just don't even say the G. It's not there. It doesn't exist. I'm going to call it the Tagila, like a Gila, like tequila, Gila. Right, it's now the Ela. Maybe we can get CCP Gate to rebrand it because, as you know, there's currently a typo in the game. As you can see, this shuttle was put in there to be named after me as one of the best and top Eve streamers. This is it says Goru's shuttle. They misspelled this. This should be Loru's shuttle. You know, I've been trying to petition them to make this into Loru's shuttle. Why isn't it Loru's shuttle? G and L are far from each other on the keyboard. This should be Loru's shuttle. Ridiculous. Excellent stuff, chat. So funny. That's right. I need some water. I'm low on water here, champ. Make sure I text my wife because I hear some stuff. Baby, love of my life. Can I have some water, please? Can I have some water, please? Can I have
some water, brother?
Yes, brother, you may. So get your hydra. I'm gonna go try it. Code Goru. Can I have a bisque, Mrs. Loru? That's right. Or did Loru spell his name wrong? Am I Gorumirth? I'm gonna have to rebrand. Goru Gaming just doesn't sound as good somehow. You know, Gorumirth. Sounds gross. I don't like it. I don't like it, champ. I texted my wife. If I texted my wife that, she would beat me to death with my phone. No, I said, baby, love of my life. Can I have some water? So we like to practice. I know what you're saying, by the way. We like to practice. I'm not saying you don't, but most people are afraid to ask their partner, their SO, their wife, their person, whatever, for like service. I'm not, because she does the same for me. She goes, hey, can you do this? Can you do these chores? And I go, sure, yeah. And I like to default, and I'm trying to do more. Default to, yes, I can go do that. She's like, hey, can you take the trash out? I'm like, sure, yeah. Hey, can you do this? Yeah, sure, fine. You know, I just try to go do it. And, you know, Chad, it's not like I'm asking her to go make me a sandwich. You know, it's not like, hey, honey, go make me. It's fine. I don't need that. Instead, I just want her to give me some water. That's all. So, share the kill mail when it happens. Yes. Yes. Correct. Yeah, correct. Mutual, then fine. Mutual, then fine. Chad, here we go. It's time we go try this out. It's time we attempt to take the Onyx into T4 Abyss. Let's see it. Cook the man some eggs. No skills gets it. No skills gets it. That's right. The trouble starts when it's the other way around. I don't want to upset some people in chat, but if you're afraid to ask your significant other for a favor, I think that's a sit down, we have to have a talk kind of conversation. That might be and I'm being serious, that might be a couples therapy thing. Not because I think you have problems, but because it really does help to have a referee, to have a neutral party that's like doing stuff. My wife and I have gone to couples therapy. It's helped us a ton. It really has. So All right, chat, we're going into T4 Abyss. Here we go. Let's activate our stuff. Here we go, chat. Let's kind of see the lay of the land. Really, really quick. We'll activate our drugs in just a sec. Where is the conduit? It's at the start there. We've got some stuff. We got some Vedmax. We got some speed clouds. Let's go. We got a lot of clouds coming in here. Let's go this way, I think. Let's go that way. Away from the sun again. We have to do a chat. Let's just start these right now. I don't think we need the rest of those, and we'll start with the Starving Damavix, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be first. Not the ghosting, the Starvings. We're going to hit that Starving first. Starving Damavik, then we're going to hit the Starving Vedmak. We'll hit the ghostings a little bit after. We'll start hitting these as well. Starving. We'll hit the Starving Damavik first, just because it is the easiest one to poke with our stuff. We do want to take out the newts post-haste, and then we will continue forward. The ghostings are definitely going to be right after that because reasons. So let's orbit this at like 75. Let's drop our pack rat MTU because, and just get, oh, don't orbit that at 75. I see that rock. Let's orbit at like 5. Good. Keep hitting the Starving Damavik. There's a speed cloud right here. Sick. Very interesting. All right, let's swap this to, maybe we should have swapped to navies. Let's hit the Vedmak next, chat. Let's hit the Vedmak next, because this Vedmak is going to be a problem. We do see a speed cloud, so let's tighten up our orbit. Chat. Let's hit this Vedmak. What are we hitting next? We have a Starving, Spark Needles. We do see a Ghosting. That's going to be next for sure, for certain. Good. And let's see, once this guy's within range, we will go from there. Tech 2 is going to shred through this Vedmak. We won't have a problem at all. No worries, no problems. What do we do after that? Let's hit the next Vedmak after that. The Vedmaks do spool up on this boy. Good. Now it's time for the Starving Damavik. Let's go for, let's reload this to Navy ammo. Because we're going to have an easier time hitting this guy. We can always go after the ghosting in just a sec. Our damage is still good. We need to kill this newts post-haste because that's how we die. We opened up all of the loot. We have swapped to Navy ammo against these guys. I am noticing a lot more hits. Not anymore, like, not as many glancing blows on this. Very great. So we're a little bit off of our maximum speed on this. Let's try to orbit this at around, maybe I hit this other ghosting one next. Yes, let's hit the ghosting next, just because. And let's see, can I orbit this at like, let's orbit this guy at like 3. I just saw the speed cloud hit, chat, so we just shot past it. Very nice. Let's orbit this guy at like, let's orbit the center pylon at around 3. I like to do that. And that's, all right, good. Now we're back to this one. Let's go back to our, I'm not going to swap to the other one. I'm just going to keep this one going. And let's see which ones are next. Let's get the Spark Needles, probably, because that's a lot of EM damage. And then we'll go for the Damavix right after that. Okay, so I could swap to the Tech 2 ammo against this Vedmak, but I'm just going to... The time it'll take to swap, I could just leave the missiles on and just keep poking him. So what's the range on this? My God, I am feeling the range from the tracker we have here. Really excellent stuff on this. Really excellent. Once we kill this Vedmak, let's start thinking about heading towards our MTU and getting this loot. Excellent stuff. Good. We have our faction stuff. Let's hit this Spark Needle. Good. We'll keep going. Let's head towards the MTU to keep getting this stuff done. Level 4 Abyss. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have Abyss, brother? Wow, that single missile was able to take that down. Very interesting. Single group taking out the Spark Needles. Looking real good. They're within range of our stuff. Excellent. Pull the loot in. Suck up the MTU. Orbit the center pylon. Check this out. MTU is in. Good to go. Did I even use our boosters? I did. Crash and Pyrolance. I did. Good. So let's make sure to turn that on. Turn this on. Excellent. A speed cloud hit. That's fine. We're going to web down this Spark Needle and keep it going. And then we do need to hit the Damavik soon. Otherwise, they're going to start spooling up on us and take us down. So far, so good in this T4 Abyss coming in. Hi, honey. What's up? Did you see my text? Okay. I don't have a water bottle. I love her. She came to give me water, chat. What a good wife she is. I tell you what. Chat. No, thank you. If you can bring me just a bar, that'd be awesome. So, yeah. Sure. Whatever you want to do. No, just a bar. I want to kiss you later. Can I do that? I'm going to focus fire to these guys, chat, because they are trig mobs. I love you. Just some water would be awesome. I'm okay. I had a bar. I'm all right. I'm gonna end stream in like an hour, so I maybe two. So I should be good. Love you, honey. All right, chat. We're gonna keep this going. Love you a lot, chat. Get you a wife. It's worth it, especially a beautiful, brilliant one like mine. So we're gonna focus down these mobs because they are trig mobs. They do remote rep each other, and we're gonna start getting close to this thing because that speed cloud is making me go real fast. And I'm just gonna like get nice and close to this. We're just gonna keep this at range and then stop ship. We're just gonna stop our ship like right here. We're gonna stop it. Our MTU is in. MTU is in. Everything is good. We're gonna reload this in between the various things. Let's reload that. Unfortunately, it started reloading faction ammo. I'm actually gonna wait and swap this to Tech 2, and then we're gonna go into the next one. That's good. Let's go to Tech 2 and jump. Good. Okay. That was a sub 5.5 minute room. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Get you a wife. It's worth it. Actually correct. Literally correct. Okay, let's come in here. Let's turn on the afterburner. Let's go this way. Turn on this. And we've got some more Vedmax and starving Damavix and a starving Vedmac right out of the gate. I think we go for the starving Zizzes first. We go for whichever one's going to get closer to me first. Good. Let's hit this guy first, and then we're going to go after these loot caches. The good news, you want to hit one Damavik first because they spool up. They do quicker cycles on the nuding, and it looks like we might be able to poke these very much. Even with our Tech 2 ammo, I'm noticing a ton of betterment to this fit with just one tracking enhancer in the lows. I'm noticing that this is working way better. I'm very pleased with how this is going, and we're using our single missile, our single heavy missile, not a ham, a heavy missile launcher to shoot the far away stuff. And then after this, we will be going for the Vedmax, and we have a lot of stuff to keep poking. So once we're within a little bit of this, good. Let's start hitting this guy. We have one more cache here. Let's launch the MTU. Very nice. And let's orbit this at like 5K and call it a day. Everything is nice and good. Let's actually orbit this at let's orbit the central pylon at around 3. Let's go with 3. I think that sounds much better. So he's within that range. All of the loot caches have been killed. So we're going to start poking it with our missiles. You are seeing us take a bunch of damage all of a sudden. So it's time to kill these Vedmax as quickly as possible. Love you a lot, honey. You're a beautiful, great, brilliant person. And I love you a lot, and I appreciate you. So can everybody in chat say thank you, Mrs. Loru, for getting me some agua? Love you, honey. Say, chat, I married a hand. Amazing. Love you, honey. You're a fantastic wife. There's ice cubes in here, too. Ugh. You're great. You're very attractive. Inside and out. Bless you. See why I wasn't worried against the Vedmax, chat? The Cerberus and the Onyx shred through these cruiser rooms, the rooms that become scary for frigates and for destroyers. It feels the opposite for the Onyx and for the other stuff. As you can see, we are absolutely destroying these cruisers. There it is. We just got rid of that because we hit a speed cloud. No problem. Let's start orbiting this a bit tighter. Let's orbit it at about 1,000. And let's start thinking about going towards our MTU as well, because MTU is not going to pick up all the loot in this room. We are not going to swap to Navy ammo for a single Damavik. I'm going to disrespect this Damavik. I'm going to use Tech 2 ammo on this. Against frigates, you typically want to use Navy ammo, typically, because it has better application. Okay, so how big is the loot box that you're carrying? It's about 120. It's about 120. So, and you can see there it is. Boom, boom. Let's make sure these are Tech 2. This is faction, and let's reload our stuff. Excellent. Wow, big one coming in on that pack rat. Let's scoop this up. We do have another loot box that's about 30 away, but I'm going to leave it there. This loot cache is 30 away. We're going to leave it because time is more important to me. Getting to the next room is more important to me. Let's turn off that heal just to get some cap back. Into the next room. We have 10 minutes to the final room. This is going very well. This is going very well. Oh, a Brazilian wife. That makes more sense. Yes, she is from Brazil. Yes, she is Brazilian. We say amor da minha vida. That's what we say, chat. So we got a lot of FELTs. We got some confusers. And yes, a Charybdis coming in. A Charybdis. So let's go right after those confusers first. Let's hit those just to be able to hit those right now. Those are going to stop all of our stuff. We also have entanglers. Those are going to be next. Entanglers are going to be next. I am going to use my missiles against these confusers now and wait on the loot caches, because the loot caches are not as important as taking these cruisers out. These confusers are missile guidance disrupting me, making it very tough to hit things. It's only with a 19 that we're able to hit this guy. So even taking out one confuser is going to be a large deal. And the Karen is already on the edge of the map. Oh, well, it is what it is. We do see a speed cloud. My God, the speed cloud in between the Karen and this gate has made it so that Karen is going to be able to get very far from us. And there's Webbers hitting me, chat. My God. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill this Confuser. Then we're going to start hitting this Entanglers. My goal is to get my MTU down ASAP. Like right, there's only 2 loot caches. We have 10 minutes in this room. I think we're going to be good to go here. We do have our Pyrolancy ticking. Let's start hitting these guys and start hitting these Entanglers. We'll start hitting the loot caches with this. We're actually going to swap our heavy missile launcher. What's nuding me? Oh, we have Disparators as well. I just saw that. Let's hit these Entanglers first, honestly. I say that, but it is going to be the Disparators right after this, chat. It is. Let's swap this to Tech 2 ammo. That extra DPS we get against these cruisers is not minimal. It is actually pretty large and in charge. We're hoping we can hit this. All right, it's time for the Disparators. I did not catch those Disparators, chat. Let's hit them first before the Entangler. You can see the Karen is very far from us because these Entanglers are webbing us, stopping us from moving forward. The Karen hit that speed cloud and was able to just get to the edge of the map, no problem. We lose if the newts take us down. That's the only way that we die. Nothing else matters there, nothing else. So let's just keep hitting these. Once this one Disparator goes away, I'll feel much better. Good. I do think we are A-okay. Another reason that we run double capacitor control circuit in the rigs. We recharge much faster. What were we talking about before this? In fact, let's turn off our shield heal for just a sec. Let's see how much damage we are taking from this. Ah, we just hit a speed cloud. Perfect. Perfect. We just hit the speed cloud. Excellent. Excellent. Let's stop overhealing for just a sec. Let's drop this pack rat. Let's go towards the Karen now, and I am going to turn back on the speed. Let's go towards her, chat. Let's start moving towards her. Did just start getting out of the range. We're at 27, just barely outside of the range of that. Very nice. So let's hit this Entangler because it's closer to me. And then I think we start hitting the Karen possible. We start hitting the Karen. We're going 2,000. Let's turn off our Afterburner. Let's turn off the Afterburner. She's at the edge of the map here. I want to try to get in between her and the edge of the map. I want to try to move her back towards the gate. So we're going to turn back on our Afterburner here. Good. Let's hit this last Disparator here. Last Disparator. And then we are going to start poking the Karen instead of other stuff. The MTU is down. MTU is sucking up our stuff. We're reloading our Tech 2 ammo. Good. We're right at the edge of the map there. Let's try to, we're outside of the map a little bit. We're at the very edge here. How fast is this chick moving? She's going 300. I'm going 500. So we will be able to catch her. We're manually piloting. Ooh, let's web her too. Let's web her too. And let's start hitting her. We're going to start shredding through her with this Tech 2 ammo. And then we can start moving back towards the edge of the gate. Now with the webbers and the neuters dead, and with this Karen webbed, we are going to start kind of corralling her back towards the gate by being in between the edge of the map and her. Perfect. Let's stop our ship right here. I'm confident that we can tank a shot or two from the Charybdis. Let's move. Let's turn off the Afterburner really quick. Let's move back this way. We want her to go back towards stuff. Back towards stuff. Do I have anything else? Blue pill. We have a blue pill. Let's just double check our DPS is nice and maxed here. Tech 2 ammo. Tech 2 ammo, good. Our DPS is nice and maxed. We're going to keep on trying to move her back towards that gate. This is perfect. Stop ship. Stop ship. Stop ship. I want her to go that way. I want her to go that way. Okay, good. Good. Just keep us going. Keep us going. I'm just disrespecting the newts with this. Don't tell Dink chat. They'll be like, what the heck? Okay, good. Good. She's in hull. She's in hull. We don't care anymore. Let's get the hell out. She's in hull. She's going to die. No problem. Let's keep it going. We're going to head back towards our MTU. Excellent job. Now it's just the Spearfisher, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the Spearfisher. Let's keep us going. Spearfishers don't matter. Another reason I don't like running micro warp drives in the Abyss, because it's just another E-war you don't have to deal with. These Spearfishers are scramming me. Doesn't matter. Scram doesn't do anything in the Abyss if you don't have a MWD. So that was pretty easy. Dink's watching. That's pretty good. Yes, that was pretty easy. I should have started coming back sooner, but that's okay. We're in the final room. We still have 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to kill 2 cruisers with Tech 2 missiles. We are shredding through this. This works. This is working very well. We're going to have to come back and test this with the cheaper Onyx fit, because what I think this is going to be, I think the Cerberus, based on how this feels, is going to be the progression focused ship. You're going to go into T6s. You're going to push the ship The Onyx feels like a, you know what, I had a hard day at work, and I don't want to have any chance of dying kind of ship. Did you see the resists we have on this puppy? 94% thermal. The trig rooms are a joke. 94% thermal on the trig rooms, y'all. What the heck? Have you ever seen something like that? Let's reload. Let's go to Navy. Let's reload this. Let's turn off the afterburner because we are right on the edge of this. Let's turn this off, chat. Right by the speed cloud. Keep it going. T4 Abyss. 66 million-esque. Got him. Honestly, it was easy at the end of the day. It was very simple. We still had 3 minutes left in an Onyx, in a slow boat ship. That was totally doable. That was totally doable, chat. Absolutely doable. Very simple to do. How's our ammo situation? Ammo's looking pretty good still. Very doable. Hick tanks are insane. They have to be. They're almost always primary, correct. So typically, fit is a bit overkill for that. No, it is. We're testing it in T4s because we'd like to see if we can take this fit into T5s. So, oh, the anti-drain, correct. Yes, the anti-drain too. We also have a cat battery. We have a large cat battery. All right, let's go back in. Another T4. Let's keep using our filaments. Keep using our stuff. Let's stack this up. Got a solid 67 million in there. Lord Cows, it's good to see a T4 Abyss in an Onyx showing up. Here we go. Lucids coming in. Excellent. Let's just immediately head right for the start there. Turning on our shield buffers. Stacking the stuff. Poking the loot caches and going after the stuff first. What we're going to do is we're going to go after the frigates first. And we're going to swap to Navy ammo. Because they're going to be harder for us to hit. That's just how it goes. We're going to use our missiles on that. We're going to hit the Fire Watcher first. The Fire Watcher is going to be hit within 23. Fire Watcher does neuting. I do see this as well. A short-range automata suppressor will probably take out our missiles. That's fine. We just keep trying. Good. And it died. The escort going to be dying in just a moment as well. 32. A little bit far from us. A little bit far for us. So let's just keep going towards the gate here. Once it's a little bit closer, we can start hitting it as well. What's the range on these? The range on our heavy missiles, not the hams, the heavy missiles is 90. So we're seeing, oh, I can't hit that one because of the stupid thing. Can I hit this one? I'm not going to be able to hit that one either. Wow, we're actually not going to be able to get that loot because of the automata suppressors that are killing my missiles before it gets there. Blows. Absolutely blows, chat. Really sad. Really, really sad. Let's try to do one more volley just to see if we can hit that. And if it doesn't, that's it. Let's go to Tech 2. And we're going to swap to Tech 2 because these battleships are going to take some time to take out. Let's call it our pack rat. These are literally dead loots. We're never going to get them. Let's start doing this. Let's orbit this guy at 500 and call it a day. Here we go, chat. So these two loot boxes are too far. They're behind an automata suppressor. So that automata suppressor is killing our missiles. So we are unable to actually go kill those. Very sad. And we've swapped. Let's orbit this guy at 500. Let's orbit him because he's going to start moving further away. We've got a Tech 2 here. We've got a Tech 2 here. We're doing maximum damage to these battleship rooms. This is the kind of room that's going to be laughable in this because, because of the sheer amount of damage that we do to these battleships. Look at how much we're shredding these Lucid Deep Watchers in the Onyx. Amazing. Amazing. What were you saying about loot in chat? Caviar? Tell me about it. And look, this Lucid Deep Watcher is getting destroyed by our boy. Excellent job. And look, we can even web this guy. Let's start thinking about our MTU. Let's start. These are dying so fast. Let's start thinking about our MTU. Here's a Lucid Deep Watcher exploding in the abyss. Sleeper mobs getting popped by ya boy. Let's go get this other MTU piece. This guy is about to die. We have no fear here. This ship is a powerful ship. I can feel it. It's a brick. You move very slow. This is pretty powerful. So love the booms in the abyss. We just bounced off of the gate somehow. The gate was like not close to us, and yet it looks like the hitbox is a little bit above that. That's fine. Let's keep heading towards this. Still plenty range on this. That single change of putting a missile guidance disruptor in the lows basically took this fit from being, I don't know, I don't think this is gonna work, to, oh my God, this is going to be one of my favorite fits to fly. Because it's just so, the tracking, everything's working. And also getting that single heavy missile launcher in the highs. Let's go to faction. Let's reload this. Let's turn this off. Good. Let's turn on the afterburner as well. Solid amount. MTU is in. Missed 2 loot caches. Nothing we could do about it. That was a battleship room that was sub 4. Whoa. Whoa. Sub 4 battleship rooms do not happen. That's a lot of frigates. So let's immediately switch to Navy. Immediately switching to Navy. What do we got? We have gaze dimmers. We have plate forgers. And of course, we have snare casters. We're going to hit the E-War first. Any automata suppressors in the building? Don't see any. Good. All right, let's start with this. Let's hit the snare casters first. Let's just start doing that because those webs are going to be a problem. And then I do think we hit the plate forgers. I think the plate forgers heal, I want to say. And the gaze dimmers, ooh, no, the gaze dimmers are disrupting us. Sensor dampening, not exactly a big deal. Not, ooh, we can also web this guy too. Perfect. Let's, yeah, we can hit those too. We can hit those for sure, for sure. Let's hit the gaze dimmer next, just because I don't want to be sensor dampened out of killing some of these larger loot crates that are a bit far from us. Okay, so let's just keep throwing out this guy right there. Good, we don't have to hit that one. That's fine. Good, a single gaze dimmer and another gaze dimmer. This is one of those rooms that really isn't a problem because we have so much tank. And even though our EM resist is low, you see a lot of sparks. That's fine. It's okay. We just keep it going. All right, let's hit these plate forgers because they heal. Excellent. We'll hit this extraction node, and there's one more extraction node. Our faction missile ammo goes out to 99. That's a big deal. Our faction missile ammo goes out to 99. Let's hit the spotlighter next. After this, that is a large deal because it just means we're going to be able to poke all of these way better. Hit the snare caster next. And then we will hit these spark lances and just keep on locking this up. Okay, we have to launch our MTU now because the problem with this room is we're actually going to kill these things so fast that we're gonna not get all of the loot because the MTU hasn't sucked them up yet. So we are going to try to focus fire, I think, on these frigates because they're just harder for the hams to hit. Maybe I try to split DPS on this next one. Let's try that. We'll hit the spotlighters next. Let's try that. We're gonna web this one. Obviously, the one that's webbed is gonna take a bit more, but let's try to do this. So let's hit this one and then hit this one. Let's just see, does that work? Is this something where I'm literally never going to use this? So we'll put this behind the loot thing so I don't have to look at it. So is splitting DPS better? Let's answer that question in a T4. Let's answer that question. We're splitting damage. We've killed all the plate forgers, so they're not healing up. I don't think so. I think this is not really helping us. This is not really killing everything faster than it could be. So, and let's head back towards the MTU just because we are absolutely not needing to do anything else. So don't split damage against these. Don't split damage against these. If you're new to EVE and you're wondering what the heck we are doing Abyss. These are instanced, think instanced dungeons is a really good way to put it. Whoever said that in chat, good job. Instanced dungeons in other MMOs. We have a time limit. We have 20 minutes to do 5 rooms. And if we don't get out in time, we lose everything. We lose the pod, we lose our ship, we lose our loot with 0 chance of it being recovered. Look how quickly this is. Yeah, this is definitely the move. You want to focus fire the frigates. You really, really do. You really, really do. They just die faster. They just die faster. So we are going to lose a little bit of loot on this run as well because we didn't drop the MTU in time. That's fine. It's not a problem. Honestly, it happens to us from time to time. This is the second room, so we do have a little bit of time to kind of chill for just a sec. The typical Abyss experience nestled in between literal garbage. Fantastic. Gravid Warp Disrupt is a very big drop. It's like 12 million, something like that. So cool. Taking this guy out. Good stuff. Let's wait for one more loot cache to come in. It's about 26 away. Let's load Tech 2. This is faction. Good. Good. We load those up. We turn this off to get some cap back. Really easy. Once this one is done, then we get the hell out of Dodge. Okay. 3 rooms, Chad. 3 rooms. Yes. Wish I could find a use for the Naga. It's one of my favorite looking ships. I love the Naga. I used to hunt Triglavians and high sec with it. Used to do a lot of trig hunting with that. There is one more unlooted cache. We are going to leave it there, chat, because it is 77 away. It is not worth us just sitting here waiting, especially in the second room. In the final room, we'd wait for all the loot. We're not in the final room. So another big tip in between rooms, turn off your shields. Notice my cap is back up. We have a battleship level shield booster, a large shield booster. So absolutely wanting to get that cap back in between. It can be the difference between you living or dying, especially in an angel room. We about to see one because I mentioned it. I said their names. I said their names, chat. So, more snare casters. More snare casters coming in. All Gucci, actually. All Gucci. Let's go right back to faction. Let's go right back to faction. What do we got? We got spotlighters. We have snare casters. Fog casters. Let's go after the single fog caster first. And we'll hit these loot caches right now. We'll hit this guy. We'll hit this guy once. And then we'll hit this guy and just keeps going. What's the range of my factions? 32. A little bit less than I'd like it to be, but that's still fine. We'll hit this guy right now. Cool. Only 2 loot caches in the final room suck. Got a bit shafted on that. That's how that goes sometimes, chat. That's how it goes sometimes. Hit this guy. Cool, cool. And then, of course, we want to hit the spotlighters right after the snare casters. Remember, you want to focus fire the frigates. Snare casters web you. Webbing us is going to stop us from doing basically everything. So we want to start with taking out the webbings. Then we go after the... let's get rid of like 1 DPSer with a spark lance just because that is a lot of EM. And we'll keep it going. So, where do you keep the items that you are collecting? I sell them on the market. I sell them. Used to play WOT. What is WOT? Is that World of Tanks? Is that what that is? I think so. I want to say that's World of Tanks. Let's go after Snarecaster. Then let's hit 1 Spark Lance, Spotlighter. And then the rest of it's just like a free-for-all, just hitting whatever the heck. So, all right, we are going to drop our MTU once these Snarecasters are dead. And then we go from there. Used to play World of Tanks. Gosh, yes. I liked playing with heavy tanks. What would be the equivalent in Eve? Probably a battleship, battle cruiser, anything battle cruiser or above. They don't play like that exactly, although it is kind of similar. So if you want a slower moving, bigger ship, yeah, I would do like a battle cruiser or a battleship. Something like that would help you a ton, I think. So let's hit the single spotlighter, and then we'll go after the spark lance, and we'll just keep us going. Cool. So this is working very well. The change of the heavy missile in the highs and the tracking enhancer in the lows made this fit go from I'm unsure, I don't know, to okay, this is working very well. All right, that's just those, just really just doing all the terrible things there, champ. I mean, look how fast we're killing frigates with heavy assault missiles. Look at this. Is it cap stable? Yep. Yes, it is. And we made sure to have the double capacitor control circuit in the rigs so that if we get nuded to high heaven, we are still good to go. You ever seen hams apply heavy assault missiles? You ever see heavy assault missiles apply this well to frigates? I haven't. It's because we have Navy ammo. It's because we have the longer range web. We haven't even abyssal rolled this web. This was a T4 Abyss in an Onyx that is going to be done in we're at 8 minutes left. This was a sub 12 minute Abyss. It's going to be sub 13 by the time we loot everything. That's kind of nuts. In an Onyx, bro. In an Onyx. This is a brick. I'm flying. Basically, go down to your local department store. Go buy a piece of granite and then try to fly it through space. That's how the Onyx do, ladies and gentlemen. This is it's pretty impressive that the ship is able to fly this well. Let's go back to faction. Let's turn this off. All right, we got one. All of our loot has been picked up. We've got the MTU. Let's go to the next one. Let's turn on the afterburner. Another, that's 110 million-esque coming in. This is a sub, my God, this was a sub 13 in an Onyx. Tier 4 exotic. For the extra kinetic damage, because we do kinetic damage in this thing. Wow. T4 exotic Onyx. What I'm going to do, chat, is we're going to do a couple more of these. But what I'm thinking is I want to take this into T5s. I don't know if we can. We don't have the damage. We don't have the DPS. Because the tracking is there, but the damage isn't. We just don't have it. 720 with a Tech 2 Pyrolancy. We're gonna try. We definitely will. We will also pop a blue pill in the other abyss. We might be able to. I don't know. I think I might be underselling how good this ship is. I'm just worried I'm going to go into a T5 with a big pod and die. But that's how it goes, chat. I do it for you. Another T4 Abyss coming in the Onyx. T4 exotic. Let's see how the Onyx fares in this lovely. And here is the room we will all laugh at, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Kiki room. Many Kikis shall be killed. Ghosting Kikis, tangling Kikis, all of the Kikis. Let's hit the, which one's coming in hot? The tangling one is coming in hot first. Let's hit that one first. What's the range on my Tech 2s? Range is 27. Let's wait a little bit. Notice I'm not even going after the loot yet. Not even trying. Don't worry about it. We also have a starving Damavik with that cheeky little Damavik coming in. These Dracovics are actually going to do terrible things to us. We're going to have to deal with that very, very soon. Let's web this Kiki down, and then let's hit this starving Damavik. Starving Damavik will be next. Let's take, because this guy newts, and then the Kikis. And then we want to think about hitting these loot caches. These Dracovics are going to do some bad stuff to us, but we'll have to kill the Kikis first. Kikis do more damage. And the ghosting Kikis are going to make it harder for us to hit a lot of these things. So maybe I should have even gone after the ghosting Kikis first, because they're going to apply not as good to this Damavik. I think it just is what it is. I want to trust the tank I have. These Dracovics coming past are just missing our shields completely. Keep hitting the ghosting Damavik, starving, whatever. They're healing them up. See, I'm not applying as well because of the ghosting Kikis. You see that? Kill the Damavik. The Newt is the MVP. There it is, chat. Okay, good. Let's hit you. Okay, very good. Do we have Tech 2 ammo on this? We do. Good. It goes out to 17. Pretty close. So let's actually stop our ship super fast. Let's launch this, and I'm going to go back towards this Kiki. Because the ghosting Kiki has removed my range. We don't do well against this. We're actually missing right now. See that? Because we only hit out to 17. So let's keep this guy at range. Let's get as close to this nerd as we can. Good. We're finally... Come on, let me web this guy. Web him. Come on, a little bit. Good. A little bit closer. Closer. I hate that song, chat, but it is what it is. One ghosting Kiki being taken out is going to help us a ton, because it's going to let the range on our missiles go out much, much further. And then we can kind of just big chill. I'm not worried about the tank in this room. The problem with this room is going to be, the time we're wasting killing these stupid trig mobs. Let's go ahead and orbit this guy at like 250. Let's get a little bit further. How are we doing? We're out to 21k now against, look at that. Look at the difference. The Kiki falls. Let's go to Tech 2 ammo against this Dracovic right here. This 17 km Dracovic. They actually go in a group away from you. So let's start heading towards these guys, because we can web these nerds too, and we can keep taking them out. So not worried about dying to damage in this room. I'm worried about him outranging us. See, he's at 26. We could hit out to 27. We don't take a lot of thermal damage from these triggy mobs. What we do is we don't want to lose time to the navigation mistakes I made in this. So I should have killed the ghosting Kikis before the starving Damavik. That's what I should have done. Because the ghostings were really tough on my application and making it very difficult for me to do things. Now look, these guys are hitting me because I'm heading directly towards them. I'm heading right towards them. So let's get a little bit of transversal velocity going here. And let's keep us going. Once we kind of get within range, and look, they are remote repping this guy too. So we really need our hams to hit this guy. And this is kind of what I'm worried about when we take it into T5s. The damage we do is just enough that T4s feel comfortable, but this is telling me I can't do T5s. Split damage? No. Not against a trig mob like this. No. Bad idea. Once we can kill one of these, we are good to go. This alone is telling me I cannot do T5s. Straight up. This alone, I can't do T5s. Are these both Tech 2? Tech 2? Good. Double Tech 2 ammo. Gonna help us a ton against these guys. We're gonna be taxiing back to the daggum MTU. It's 55 away from me. We're gonna taxi back to that MTU for a long time. So they're dying too slowly. Yes. You need an overclocker drug. I have a pyrolancy drug on right now. That's the problem, chat. That's the problem. I have a damage dealing drug on right now. Oh, you need an overclocker to go faster. A speed drug. Sure. That could work. So my navigation mistake in this room is I didn't start going back to the MTU soon enough, chat. Do I have paste? Your boy does not have paste, chat. What a freaking mistake. What an absolute mistake. Let's go for this. Let's overheat our afterburner just a little bit. Let's turn this off. Just a couple pulses of overheat to get there in time. This will help you, chat. We go up to 700 and change. Yeah, we just pulse it a couple times. Okay, not a lot of pace means we don't want to keep pulsing this. We want to kind of save it for the final rooms. Let's turn off the overheat. That will help us. So, okay. This is a Onyx, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us. This is an Onyx. Only 2 or 3 moves of that. Very slow in this ship. I should have been... So the navigation mistakes here. This room I had 2 mistakes in. First mistake was that I didn't kill... I should have killed the ghosting Kikis right after I killed that first Kiki. The Omnix is terminally slow. Yes, it is. Second mistake I made was I should have tried to keep those Dracovics at more range. And the third mistake I think I'm making is I don't have an overclock or pill. I also don't have any pace for some stupid reason. Not having pace is a bad news bears. So this was a longer room. This was a sub 6.5 minute room. Still good, but we did, you know, lose out on a decent amount of time against those Kikis and the various things. So let's turn off our afterburner super fast. Open this up. Nice. Big one. Big drop, chat. Okay, dude. Big drop. MTU is in. Let's get out of here, chat. That's an unstable Webifier Mutaplasmid. 124 million is coming in. Big drop. We have to get out now. Lock in, chat. We now have to get out. This is a large drop, and your boy Papa wants some ISK. Let's see if we can go do it. Let's see if we can go do it. Okay, we've got yet another Tessera room. Now, we kind of want to stay away from these guys. Some Field Weavers are going to go first, some Blast Weavers. So let's take out the loot first. We kind of want to stay away from these guys, but at the same time, I think I might want to start... You know, I just might want to get in close. I have a feeling that the Onyx can take whatever the damage is that these nerds can dish. So these are going to be very far from us, these Field Weavers, and I need to get in close to take them out. The Field Weavers heal, so I have to get close to these guys. I literally must. Let's hit this Blast Weaver first. He's right there, and once these guys are within range, we will hit that as well. We want to go for these Field Weavers. We want to kill these guys. We're about to take a ton of damage. Let's see. Let's see about it. Let's see about it, chat. I'm about to take a crap ton of damage from these Blast Grips. Let's stay nice and close. Oh, there it is, chat. We also need to turn our heal on. We need to turn our healer on, chat, and look, they're healing us guy up. Let's turn this off. Let's take out these Field Weavers. Let's take this out. Let's drop our MTU as well. Drop our MTU, and let's start hitting this frigate right now. Can you believe I almost turned off my DPS? Yeah. Let's kill these frigates. These healers are going to be first before anything else goes, chat. Very tough room, actually. Very tough room. Because these healers are going to be a problem for everything that we have here. So keep this going. This is the sooner we kill these guys, the way better. Way better. Way better. Yo, thanks for the gifted subs. I'm kind of locked in right now, so give me a moment. Anonymous gifting 5 subs to the community. Good to have you, Anonymous. Thank you for that. I am one frightened boy, so please and thank you. You know, thanks for being here, my friend. I am locked in right now. Here we go, chat. Let's make sure this is Tech 2. Make sure this is Tech 2 to do all of the damage to these. And I can tell you, we definitely cannot do T5s in this fit. Half health. See, chat? Onyx. Half health. This is the Blast Grip. We need to be hitting the Spark Grip first. What's after the Spark Grip? Let's look at this right after this. Spark Grip is next. Spark Grip, and then it really is the Strike Grip. Ember Grip is last. That's the only one that's last. Got it. Understood. Got it. Let's keep hitting these guys. Spark Grip should have been first because it did all the damage to me. That's fine. It is what it is. Ship needs an MWD. I'm scared to do that, but I'll be honest with you. Probably. Because of just the amount of speed this thing needs. I think that makes sense. So you can tank the Tesseras in a rank 4 Abyss. You can. Let's head back to them because we're about to... We want actually to web this guy to kill them, and they're going to lose our range in just a sec as well. So let's head back to these guys. 27 on that. Good. And now the Strike Grip. Excellent. Excellent. How much time I get left? About 10 minutes. Good. We can web this guy. This was a good navigation choice. We can head back to the MTU, and then we can be close to the gate. You basically want to kill the last mob as the gate opens. And we do, unfortunately, you can see that a couple of these have been empty. There is one more loot cache that is far away. that we are not going to be picking up. We're going to leave it there, and we're going to keep it going. I might keep it. Let's think about this. There's one mob left. The pack rat's going to go take that last loot crate. There's going to be 9 minutes left for the final room if I do this. I don't like it. I don't like it. We just got a big drop. We've secured the large drop. We're going to pick up our MTU and we're going to head towards the main gate. The gate is still 20k from us. 20k, chat. Yeah, I'm not going to wait on a loot cache that's 50k away. I'm just going to piece the hell out. Just going to piece the hell out. So let's pack rat MTU is in. Pack rat MTU is in. Swap back to Navy ammo. This is Tech 2. Everything is good. Turn that off. We've got our loot. This is going to be the final room. This was a good choice. This was a good choice. If it's the last room, get all the loot. But if it's not, leave it. We're going to leave the loot over there. Don't worry about it. The Onyx is churning. We are a slow brick moving through space. We have to understand that. 9 minutes left in this final room. Chat, we got a big drop before. We have a unstable stasis web mutaplasma. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. So, So, sig radius increases the risk. Very true. Very true. This is a masochistic ship. We do like the Cerberus, but the Onyx is, we're flying this not to see what's better. We're flying to see what's possible with the Onyx. And so far, so Gucci. So I really think you could fly this as a less expensive ship in lower difficulties as well. So here we go. We got some Rodivas and some good old fashioned, what do we got? We've got Ghosting Kiki right first. Striking Damavik, striking Kiki. Let's hit the ghosting one first. Anchoring Damavik doesn't matter. Ghosting Kiki, striking Kikis. Then we'll go for the rest of these a little bit after. Okay. We'll hit these Kikis right now. Good, good, good. Hit the ghosting Kiki has got to be first. Ghosting Kiki has got to be first. Let's make sure to do this. And then nothing else is really going to be E-warring us very much. We'll save the Rodiva for last. It is last for certain. Yes, we want to hit these. I love that I can shoot an extraction node that's 70k away without having to think about it. That's really, really sick. Really, really awesome. Good. Kiki's going down. Excellent. Kiki's going down. Good. Let's think about hitting this extraction node. This Kiki, and then which Damavik doesn't matter. Do we want to hit the Damavik first? Now, let's hit the Rodiva first. Just because I'll apply way better to the Rodiva. I'm going to apply with the Tech 2 ammo that we have on her, and now I will apply so much better to the Rodiva. So much better. We're going to web that Kiki. That was a bit of a mistake on my part. Good. And let's hit this guy, hit this guy, keep it going, orbit this at like 7. Keep the Rodiva is not something you should prioritize because the spool heals it does on frigates. Not going to be very bad. Doesn't exactly matter. But because I have Tech 2 ammo, I'm going to have to swap to faction ammo when we start hitting these Damaviks because they will apply better. So now I don't want to waste time. So you kill all the cruisers and the destroyers, then you go after the frigates. Does that make sense? You don't want to swap. Imagine this. I kill the Kikis with Tech 2 ammo. I swap to faction ammo to kill the frigates. Then I swap back to Tech 2 ammo. Nah, just do it one time. Easy peasy. Do it one time, chat. No worries. No problems. Let's kill these Damaviks. In the Abyss. In my Onyx, chat. Look at us doing it. In the Abyss with an Onyx. Big chillin'. Poking the stuff. Having a good time. This was, we are going to complete this again. This is a, how long we've been in here. We do have another 6 minutes left in the Abyss. Another successful run for certain. We'll sit with the hit the farthest away one. Loot stuff is going to be sucking in everything. We're going to wait on it to see what it does. We are focusing fire the trig mobs. Really good job. Really good job. This was a tough first room. Some navigation mistakes. You see that the second room, us coming in here, we could have looted the loot in the second room, but I don't want to because what if this was a larger room? What if this room was a scarier room and we did not get to complete it in time? All of a sudden we lose the ship, we lose the pod. It's not worth doing those various things. Let's see this last Damavik getting dropped by our Onyx. Let's head back towards the MTU. Well done. Well done, chat. We do have one more loot coming in. We did have one of these was empty, so we're not going to care about it. The last loot is coming in. Let's swap back to Tech 2. This is faction. Let's reload this, turn off the heals. Easily got done it. Greed kills. in the abyss. You'd rather not, if think about it like this, if you lose the ship, you lose 3 billion ISK. But if I keep, because that's how much this is worth, if you keep the ship, every single run, you're gaining 3 billion ISK. Every single run. Okay. You have to think about it like that. You don't want to lose the ship. All right, excellent. Let's drop this in. Let's pick up the MTU. Scoop it. We're only 9K away from this. So let's get nice and close. MTU is in. Ammo is decent. We probably have one more run out of it. We are up to 276 million ISK. So we've consistently done T4s with this fit. And this is a blinged out 3 billion ISK fit in sub, let's call it an average of sub 15. We've had one that was 12, 13, 14. Let's call it sub 15. Okay, let's go to Abyss Tracker. Let's go to, this is Crystal Implant. Let's go to Abyss Tracker and let's see how this is going to look. Let's dock this puppy up. Let's pulse this. In T4s, we see an average of 32 million ISK in these T4s. So if we do this, if we do 60 minutes divided by, let's call it 15, which we're rounding up there, but fine. 4 runs an hour times 32. It's about 128 million ISK an hour. Okay, 120, call it 130 million ISK an hour. This is not alpha friendly. This is an Onyx. This is an Omega ship. This is a Hick. So the blinged fit is going to make this not a good idea. So what I think we do with this is we tech this down. You should try Hydra, way better damage application. Interesting. Because that's what we're missing. We don't need the crystal as much, honestly. Let's Hydra, huh? Hydra, huh? What do those do? Tell me. Tell me what the hell's going on? What'd you do? Why'd you undock? I didn't click undock, bruv. Hey, the heck you doing? The heck you doing? I would love a Hydra. High grade Hydra. Missile flight time. Explosion radius. What is with the drone stuff here? Drone optimal? My God, this is a Cayman wet dream. Drone optimal fall off stuff. My God, this is for the Cerberus so much. Goodness gracious. We might want to try the Hydra. The Hydra probably could make this. The Hydra might make this ship viable in T5s. Now you've opened my eyes. I thought we had a like, well, it's not gonna work. The Hydra might be doable in T5s because of that. Just might. Let's see this. What do we got? We've got Scourge Fury missile. That's fine. We still have 5K of that missile here. Now we want to do another, yeah, we want about 3K. Okay, super interesting. Is the Onyx Fist going to be in the video? Yes, it will. We're still kind of refining it, okay? We're still not ready to like showcase it to the public yet because we're still refining it. So here's kind of what I'm thinking we do, Chan. We're going to have probably like 2 separate videos. One like blinged out Onyx and one sheep Onyx. Because here's the fits we were doing before. Check this out. Okay, we dropped off our loot to lock it in. Here's our T4 Abyss test, right? We had our T4 Abyss test. This is only 750 million ISK. I think you could do T4 Abyss with this. Scourge, let's put in a Scourge Rage. And then, yeah, we'll do this. You do just under 700 DPS for 750 million ISK. Right, still have really good resists. Really good resist coming in with those double multi-spectrums. We might even want to test the double web for the cheap Onyx going into T4s because the goal becomes how do you apply better. I was even thinking about doing a missile guidance in the mids instead of the multi-spectrum. The only problem with this is look what happens to your EM resist. When you lose that mid slot, you go down to 46. That's unacceptable. You will die to an angel room. Unacceptable. Your EM resist is unacceptable. Oh, I don't have any more. Sad panda. Chat, let's go dock up. Let's go dock up. So we'll do more testing on this Onyx fit. What we learned today. And a DC-1 for the tank. No, because you lose the damage, bro. A lot of damage lost. A lot of damage lost. We like the missile guidance. I don't think we need more tank on an Onyx. I think we need more DPS. So look, if I turn this off, hey, that only gives me, I'm in a blinked fit. This only gives me another 6% shield buffer. I don't care about my armor or structure. We're not gonna, if we hit armor or structure, we're gonna die anyway. Hydras, we work rigs and lows. T5 Onyx. Might be able to drop web with full Hydra clone. I don't know. Dropping web always scares me because against the frigates, you just need it. You just need it. So we'll keep that stuff here. We'll keep the missiles here. That's fine. Sounds good. Let's head back to Jitta, chat. Let's head back to Jitta. What battery do you have? Large. I'll show you. I will show you. The goal of this fit is T5 exotics. Okay? Why exotics? Because you get plus damage. What we're saying is the missile guidance enhancer in the lows was so necessary. So necessary. And the single heavy missile launcher was also very, very necessary. So Fucker is going to give you just a little bit more. You don't really need it. It's not a big difference. So if we're thinking about this Hydras in the pod, missile flight bonus, missile explosion velocity radius. Are my suspect? Nope. No, I am not, chat. No, I am not. Missile explosion radius. Hydra let you drop out the missile guidance. The Hydra pod will let us drop out the missile guidance enhancer in the lows. Yes, it will. Yes, it will, which is a big deal. Hydra pod lets us drop out the missile guidance in the lows. It's still noticeable. It's still there. Still good to go. We get some better range. The double capacitor control circuit in the rigs is really, really good. Let's say we wanted to do a double web. Okay? We have better cap. Still better. Run a power diagnostic instead. We don't need tank. I can tell y'all, we do not need more tank. This ship needs to do more damage. Okay? We need to hit harder. The second way to remove one of the cap rigs, fit an EM shield rig. Yeah, that's kind of what that's the only way we can really kind of do this, right? If we just start there, medium shield, boop, we're up to 67 again. See, this is kind of where we want to be, right? It buffs your cap, lets you use the rig. Oh, right. I forget the power diagnostic. Lets you get more. Oh my God, are we stable? Chat, remember when I was right about power diagnostics? Remember when I told you we should just use power diagnostics? I said so. Isn't that right, chat? Isn't that right? Look at this. Medium EM puts us to the double web. Dark blood for the win. I think you're right, yeah. That typically is like what I normally choose. That's right. That's what I heard exactly. So we still do 720 DPS with all the Tech 2s. The double... What should we have in the mids? These four down here, done. Solid. Large shield booster, cruiser level afterburner. We still want an afterburner. I don't want an MWD. Won't need 2 webs with Hydra, I promise. Then what would you put? I need to do more damage. What should we put in the mids? Hydra is the move? I do think so. A target painter is intriguing. A straight missile guidance computer is probably the best choice because I can slap on a missile precision script and here's the thing about hams. What is the weakness to hams? range, we only hit out to 24. With the Hydras, let's call it 27. If we put in a missile range script, we can shoot out to 29. That extra 3K is not nothing. And with Hydras, we're going to go above 30. So maybe it's a missile guidance computer in the mids, because we don't need anything else for tank. We have the damage. Now we just have to hit stuff, right? I've never done this content. Thank you. Yeah, I got you. I got you. What's another option? Just for the sake of argument, what's another option? No to these. Target painter's kind of meh. Hydras will let this do darks also. Darks is a possibility. Darks is a possibility. Okay. It comes down. Ooh, should we go a shield booster? Or should we do a shield amp? Oh. Chat, should we do a shield amp? Think about that. We already have a large shield booster. We're cap stable. Now we can't be killed. You know what I mean? Hydra in the pod. We test out the shield boost amp. Just see, because we have a battleship tier shield boost amp, right? So we go up to 178. 2 medium C types are better than 1 large, 1 booster. There it is. Sad then. Maybe we do another multi-spectrum. I mean, really, if we do this, now it's 13 minutes, read cap stable, chat. That's cap stable. That's fine. Tough. What we're seeing is 2 things with our current fit. We need a little bit more damage. And what we're trying to do here is mess a bit. I mean, this gives us more EHP as well. It's not a lot, but it is something. Gives us more capacitor. Holos, what the heck? You need a cap for heavy newts in T5. Oh, yes. Yes, for sure. You definitely need a cap battery. So, abyssal battery is what you're saying? Probably. Probably do need that. I keep coming back to the double web. What have we learned so far in T4s with this fit? With this fit, what have we learned so far? We've learned that the missile guidance enhancer is great. We're going to get the Hydra pod is going to help us with that. Okay. The Hydra pod is going to basically replace the missile guidance enhancer. So that's gone. Because we have the Hydra pod and because we're thinking of getting rid of a multi-spectrum, because we're going to put the power diagnostic here, we don't need this. We basically have 2 free slots now. What kills peoples in Abyss is newts, not damage. Correct. Blue pill and crash will be mandatory. Yes, for certain. Oh yeah, for definitely for certain. So we're not saying double cap battery, are we? We're not saying double cap battery. I don't think so. We go with power diagnostic. Okay, give me a Caldari Navy. Let me dock this up. We could do this. We could do this. We keep this stuff. Remember the event boosters? Yeah, but I don't like, you're right, Dink. I don't like including them in these fits because people will see the fit in like 6 months and they'll be like, why can't I use that? You know, so you're right. And that's how it is. PPCs, we'll put all of these tags into this pretty good stuff that we'll deal with later. Good haul in the Onyx. Okay, let me kind of back up a sec because then we're going to end stream in just a sec because I have some stuff to do. We have 2 focused fits here. Let's start with the T5 fit that we're kind of thinking. The Onyx T5 ham test. Or next time we're going to, let me get rid of this so y'all can see stuff. We've got this and we have crystals, mid-grade crystals in this pod. What we're going to do is we're going to get the crystals out. Okay. We're going to get Hydras. Let's get Hydras. How much are these? There's low grade and mid grade. Yeah, we only need mid grades. Okay. Let's put this guy here. We need mid grade alpha. Boop. Mid grade beta. Grade delta. Epsilon and gamma, of course, and omega. Okay. So those will be there. What this is going to let us do is take that out, and we're thinking of taking this out too. What's up, Amy? It's good to see you. Anonymous, thank you for gifting those 5 subs, by the way. Because we're going to be fitting, what we need in T5s is more damage and application. So that's the school of thought that we're going down here, okay? So we like this, where we have the Tech 2s, and this one is going to be going out to shoot things. So we were saying put the power diagnostic system in the lows to be able to make us 9 minutes. Is call it cap stable, chat. It is. We still do the damage. And then I really think the multi-spectrum might be the weakest one here. So we want to put, if we take out the multi-spectrum, there's a couple schools of thought here. If we take out the second multi-spectrum, we have to include an EM shield reinforcer in the lows. Have to. Trying to do it, Emily. Trying to do it. Missile rig? No. Ooh. How? We have so much room on our CPU and power grid. What am I doing? Goodness gracious. Who said that? Shay Kingdon. Chat, 07s for Shay Kingdon. What the heck? 727 DPS. Let's keep looking. 740. And we're over on stuff. We can't do both. That's probably why we were doing this. Okay, still we put the Tech 1 in there. We're at 5 minutes now. Can't do that, see? Can't do it. Can't do it. We're at medium loading bay accelerator. Pushes us up to 740. This is not nothing. Not nothing. Capacitor control circuit. So here's what we're looking at now. What we've done. Double battery EM rig. Yeah. Yes. Power grid's over. Just hold it. Hold it, chat. Okay. We have large cap, large cap. Power grid is over by 12%. We could do a medium cap battery, chat. We don't need to have it be large. Okay. There you go. See? We could do medium, medium, cap stable. Look at that. Need a new rolled battery, a boostable soft cap. Yeah, for sure. So now we do more damage. Okay, can we take this off? We can actually. That puts us down to 5. So we're cap stable. A single web. We have newt resistance that we're going to need in T5s. We do more damage, which was our goal. We do more damage. And the Hydra rig is going to let us apply better. This is better for T5s. Let's think about this. Can I make this a thuck? Can we have double large? That's kind of my question. Can we have double large? 6% on that. If we abyssal roll this and get better power grids, yes. Yes, we probably can. Probably can. Double large thucker doesn't fit. No, it's barely 6% over. 6% over. Capper charger and level work. We like the power diagnostic because it lets us fit these bigger modules. Large battery and a cap recharger. You know, I gotta say, I kind of love that. Because in the Abyss, I do like having a bit of cap recharging. So here's the thing. A double cap battery is better in the Abyss. Because if you have double cap battery, you get double newt resistance. Correct. Exactly, Gonlink. Exactly. So we want to put a Republic Fleet medium in there for now. So what we've done, the old fit, we got the application and the loot better, but we were losing out on damage, and quite frankly, the lack of newts were kind of scared me. We have less EHP here, but that's fine. We have better EM resist than we did before. We do more. We are not dying to tank. We can sacrifice some tank. That's what we've done. We've taken away the tank and gotten more damage, better newt resist, and honestly, this is better for the Abyss anyway. You know what I'm going to do, chat. It's time that we kind of move this stuff around. Getting ready for stuff. The single web is still fine. And we have the Hydra pod mid-grades coming in. T5s, we're going to be doing this much money anyway. So this is pretty great. I'm very pleased with this. I'm very pleased with this. And then how about these lows? Okay, we'll see about rolling these cap batteries a little bit later. So need missile implants. We have them. We have them. Deadeye, rapid launch, target nav, heavy missiles. We have them. We have them, chat. Okay, let's save this. This was a much better. I'm very pleased with this fit. Much better, chat. Well done. Well done. All good, Drunkard. Yeah. All good. That's the T5 fit. Let's talk about the T4 fit. We wanted kind of a no-brainer, easy peasy T4 fit. The goal of this is cheap. So I think what we do with this fit is if we don't get the Hydras, we kind of need the missile guidance enhancer. We keep these Tech 2'd. I do like that single one. 10 MN, Caldari Navy Large. I mean, this might be it. Low-grade Hydras? It might be low-grade Hydras. How much are low-grade Hydras? We want to keep this one cheap. Low-grade Hydras are... Nah, because we're going to get into the billion-esque mark. This is going to end up being like a billion-esque if we get this pod going. Auto-targeter in the highest necessary. It's just something in there to help soak up heat damage. Not really for anything else. You can see we've got the various pod here to get it going. I really liked the... Let's do this test, chat. Let's see about this. If I put in Rage and Rage, we're at 660 DPS. Still pretty good for T4s. Put in between launchers every... Yes, correct. If we take this off, we're at 3. We take this off, we go down to 587. And then what if we take this off? We kind of mirror that. We put on a power diagnostic. Put on a power diagnostic. Tech 2. Up to 840. That's basically cap stable. Right? Basically. I've got it. We're going into T4s. We don't need this missile guidance enhancer as much. You don't need it. We sacrifice the tank. Follow me here, chat. Follow me here. We sacrifice the tank for a missile guidance computer in the mids. Okay. We still do 700 DPS. 4 minutes, we get the double capacitor recharger in the rigs. EM room is still kind of scary. We take this off. We put in EM right here. We put in an EM shield reinforcer. We take off a single damage dealer because we have the missile guidance computer here. And then we put in a cap recharger. We basically just moved our ship around with no real increase. We haven't helped anything. Tough. Real tough to make this cheap, chat. Real tough. Capacitor power relay does make it stable, obviously. Expensive shield boosting is not what we want. Flux coil. This is EVE Online, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we don't need maximum capacity. We want cap stability. So this is a 750 million-isk fit. But is it better to just not have this mid and do missile guidance in the low and then just do a double cap battery? And then we just have another... We just go get a medium cap battery? I think this is better for the Abyss. We just do a Tech 2 one. And then, ooh, let's like reduce the cost of this by going Tech 2 large. Can't. Got it. Let's do Republic Fleet. This is better. 750. We're still at 750 million-esque. We have better newt resist. Better application. I really want to get a missile rig, but we just can't. Or is another name for dead. There it is. The math and the abyssal lurkers back when added that high in the income ships. Yeah. So let's keep this one here. We'll test out this T4. I'd like this one to be around 750 million-esque for this T4 abyssal ham test, because we're going to have two types of Onyx fits. We're going to have one that's like a progression pushing 3 billion-esque pod that I'm hoping we can do T5s with this. I think we might be able to now that we've pushed the damage up to closer to 750 even before we get into 756, even before we get into there. So this is going to be 800 with the kinetic resists that we see in there. And we have the new resist here. The T4 Onyx, I'd like this one to be a very chill A very like, look, I had a long day at work. I'd like to go do some brain dead abyss. Nothing's going to kill me kind of ship. And I think this one could, it's much less money, much less, you know. And I mean, we could even do a lesser afterburner, but not on the Onyx. No, no, no. Not on the Onyx. Okay. Very, very interesting, chat. Ladies and gentlemen, T5s, it should use high grade Omega despite cost. Huge boost. Probably right. Drunken KYBERNAUT, I'm gonna tell you, you are correct. Really good point. It does push us up another, like, a lot. Let's see about it. We're 3.3 billion. If we go to high grade Omega is going to be another 1 billion. Yes, watch. Boop, it's up to 4. But see, you get such a bigger boost. It's also double the boost. Yep. But what do we need? We need more damage. Not rolling standard drugs in the T5 is insane. Yes, guys, this is a test. Okay, we're not trying to, you know. You're going to use standard drugs, Gonlink. Yes. We're using synth just because we're still testing stuff. Okay. So that's the other thing that the T4 can have is the synth drugs. You just can easily just get the easy synth drugs. Yes. Good stuff. Okay. What do we need to know? Damage. What do we want it now? Correct. So I think this is a really good starting point. We're not going to make a video on this yet. Really enjoying ideating these fits and getting the real technical minutia of how we can get some really good ISK per hour out of an off-meta ship. I still love the Cerberus. It's just great. I had a great time with it. This Onyx, we've learned we can sacrifice some tank force, and we're going to get a different pod for the stuff coming in. So, chat, it's about time. It's about time. Without a raid, we're at 400 viewers on Twitch. If you're new, follow the stream, baby. Follow the stream. We'll see you next time. Let's see who we're going to raid out. Chat, before we raid somebody out. Next week, I'm off. No streams next week. Follow the stream. When we return, expansion time. Big giveaways. Lots to do. We'll see ya next time, chat. Okay, let's see who we're going to raid out. Let's see who is getting the stuff. I love being at the top of the category. It makes me happy. Chris is doing it. Boo. I don't recognize this person. Is this English? I like to raid English speakers. Boo. So, is that Grimes? I think I recognize that. Is this English? Nope. Sorry, chat. God bless you, Boo. I hope it goes well for you. We speak English here, so I have to make sure I'm trying to raid English people. I don't raid those kind of content creators. He's giving away 100 plex, chat. He's giving away 100 plex. I see English. Oh, chat, he's got sub 500 follows. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to raid this dude. This dude does not have a lot of followers. Okay. This is not live? What do you mean? Oh, lame. Chat, don't go to this channel. Do not do that. This is an always live channel. I've been looking up how I can do that. How I can just have, and I would turn raiding off. You know, that way nobody can ever raid me. Banned for nothing, CCP please. What the heck is that? People be crazy, chat. People be crazy. Series Pro, what's Series Pro doing? Let's see who we're gonna raid, chat. What's Series Pro? Series Pro is enjoying some attractive DJs and is not English characters. Okay, gotcha. God bless you, Series Pro. I want to try to raid someone lower in the category, chat, just so we can help out the category. So we got Hoppy coming in, vet and nerd, aren't we all, my friend? Bro, Hoppy's pretty close to his follower goal, chat. So let's go raid Hoppy. Chat, let's go raid Hoppy. Go say hi to Hoppy. Go get enjoying it. So, all right, nobody gets banned for nothing. Correct about that. Correct about that. Chat, we'll see you next week. If you're on other channels, we raided Crash earlier, Foxstar. We raided Crash a lot. Raided him last week. So let's go raid Hoppy, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go see what's up with Hoppy. I think Hoppy just raided somebody. Chat, canceling the raid. Hoppy just raided somebody. Oh my gosh, he just ended. He just ended. Crash is AFK. Chat, Hoppy just ended. Crash is AFK. What do I do? Chris Docs is here. Are we raiding Chris? This is the hardest raid I've ever had in my entire life. We raided Chris Docs literally yesterday. So, I don't like raiding people with less than 10 viewers because they're not ready. It'll freak them out. This is a content, just fact. Halloween late birthday stream. Dude's name is Frigates on Fire. So Chris, I get 50 DMs, my friend. I get a lot of I get 50 DMs a day. Okay, Frigates on Fire chat is doing something. PvP enthusiast. Great. All right. One last time. We will raid Frigates on Fire. Join me in going there. We'll see you there, chat. We'll see you next week. We're off next week. Sorry, we're off next week. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Taking a break. Came to check. We'll see you next time. Happy Halloween, everybody. Extra spooky stuff. Enjoy your candy. Enjoy your stuff. We'll see you next time. Chat, we're at the top of the category. We're growing on YouTube. We continue to be at the very tippity top, and we haven't even begun. Get ready for new games. Get ready for more Eve guides. And yes, get ready for more big things happening on the channel. We'll see you next time. Chat, when you get there, type Loru Raid. Yeah. Pray for your boy that my cough goes away. Type Loru Raid. Yeah. Go ahead and type this in, baby. We'll see you next time. 07 chat. See ya soon. Loru Raid. Yeah.